Come to order. Design Review Board meeting is now in session. Please be quiet. Thank you. This is the Design Review Board meeting for October 23, 2025. Aaron, over there, could you please call the roll?
Board Member Bauta,
Here.
Board Member Weil,
Happy Halloween.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Here.
Chair Gibbs,
Here.
and stating for the record that Board Member Coveney is absent this evening.
Only because we have one board member that stands out among the rest. He gets to do the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Just turning off the sound on my devices, and if everyone could do the same, I'd appreciate it. All right. We begin the meeting with me describing the procedure. Many of you know what we do, some may not, but it's important that I go through it. We will start the evening with public communications. Anyone who, the public's free to speak on an item that's not agendized on the agenda and within the Design Review Board's purview. After that, we have no consent calendar, so we will not be doing a consent calendar. At that point, the board will evaluate modifying the order of the agenda, and then we will proceed with the regular order of business. I will introduce an item, the address, the design review number, and then the applicant will take their seats at the front. The board will then do ex parte communications. Those are communications that the board had prior to the meeting with either the applicant or neighbors or other people concerning the particular agenda item. The staff will then present summary presentation and comments, after which the board will have the opportunity to question the staff. I will then declare the public hearing open. It'll start with the applicant having 5 minutes, after which members of the public will have 3 minutes each to present comments on the agenda item. If there's too many people, I'm not sensing that tonight, I have the discretion to limit the amount of time. Then the applicant will return to the applicant, who will have 3 minutes, after which the board will have the opportunity to question the applicant, members of the public, and staff before we proceed to deliberations. I'll close the public hearing. We will deliberate. At that point, the board can take action. Action is taken by a member of the board moving for a particular action, another member seconding, and a roll call vote of at least 3. Actually, here, yeah, 3. It must be a majority to pass, even on a 4-member board. After the hearing, the applicant or any member of the public within 300 feet of the project will have the right to appeal to the city council, and they'll have 14 days to appeal. All right, that's how we do things here. We're going to start with modifications, or first public communication. Any member of the public wishing to speak on an item not on the agenda? Seeing none, we will go to a consent calendar. We have none. We'll go to modification of the agenda order. I'm going to propose that we move up item 510 to be heard after 5.1. I believe we need a motion. I move that.
And Chair, if there's no objection, you with the authority as the chair can simply just
Okay.
move that.
So we'll move that up. So it'll be 5.1 and 5.2. Give me a second here. Yeah, 5.1 and 5.10, excuse me. And those are both seeking continuances. I will make the motion. Oh, first is let me call the two items. 5.1 is 186 Sunset Terrace, Design Review 25-1330, Coastal Development Permit 2025 -1331. The request is to continue to a date uncertain. And then 5.10 is 465 Monterey Drive, Design Review 25-1600, Coastal Development Permit 25-1599, Revocable Encroachment Permit 25-1705. Any member of the public wish to speak on either of those items?
Actually, Chair, if I could jump in on item 5.10, I know the agenda indicates a request to continue that to November 6th. We did receive a recent communication from the applicant asking for January 22nd.
January 22nd? Okay. Any member of the public wish to speak? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any comments by members of the board? Seeing none, I'm going to make a motion that item 5.1 be continued to a date uncertain, and 5.10 be continued to our meeting on January 26, 2026.
January 22nd, 2026.
Oh, I wrote 20, I condensed
second
it.
that motion.
January 22, 2026.
I second that motion.
Please call the roll.
Board Member Bauta,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Excellent. Okay, the next item is 5.2. It's 31860 8th Avenue, Design Review 25-0633, and Variance 25-0635. Ex parte, please.
Chair, I had a site visit with Nancy Sierra and the property owners.
Same.
Same here.
Same. All right. You're up, Mr. Cerna.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Chair Gibbs and the members of the Design Review Board. My name is Izzy, and item 5.2 is requesting a design review and variance at 31860 8th Avenue, which is located within the Village Community Zone. This slide demonstrates the phase 1 of the project that was completed, as well as the proposed project. As you can see on this next slide, the green slide demonstrates the stairs becoming interior and changes to the front facade, with the yellow demonstrating the request today for the elevated deck and screen door at the front of the property. Staff has received public correspondence regarding the improvements located within the travelway of both 8th Avenue and Seaview Street. So staff concludes that I apologize. Staff's recommendation is to conduct a public hearing and adopt Resolution 25-0633, approving design review 25-0633 and variance 25-0635, and finding said action exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15303. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, open the public hearing. Nancy, you and the applicant have 5 minutes.
I have a slide presentation that Izzy's putting up.
Sorry, my apologies. I think I'm sharing the wrong screen.
Thank you. Thanks for coming and seeing us at the site, meeting the property owners. Jeff and Ashley Dipple are both here with me. And our application is for a deck addition, and we do request a variance. Next slide, please. This is a little bit different than the photos that Izzy showed. The phase 1 project, the photo on the right is actually the photo that was in the MLS ad when the property owners bought the property. That was from April 2023. And the only reason I mentioned is it was painted gray when they bought it. And then the picture on the left is what it looks like now. So the 1-car garage was narrowed, and we took advantage to get a stair to connect the upper level to the bottom level. So the original, when they bought it, it was a single family of 630 square feet with an attached one-car garage, which was 1 bedroom, 1 bath, and a guest room. The downstairs was 212 square feet, bedroom and bath, and that existing house would have required 2 on-site parking spaces, 1 for the house and 1 for the guest room. By connecting the house with an internal stair, we still have just the 1-car garage. That's the on-site required parking. It's now a 2-bedroom, 2-bath house, and it's 877 square feet. And 1 on-site parking space is required because the single-family dwelling is less than 1,500 square feet. Next slide, please. This shows the MLS photo when they bought it, and I thought it was a good way to show how the new door will fit in the large window to the right, and the corner window will remain, and that's their living room. Next slide, please. So this is just kind of an enhanced site plan. The light green area is to represent the paved street. There are the 2 larger green triangles represents the driveway parking. The house footprint is the yellow color. The red heavy dotted line are the setbacks. And then the hatched area in a kind of a yellowish or orangish color is the proposed deck addition that goes virtually to the front property line. It's set back 0.21 feet or 2 inches. Next slide, please. So basically for the variance justification, special circumstances, the house was built in 1937 on this corner lot, and the footprint has never changed. Right enjoyed by others in the immediate vicinity. I provided a table that itemized all the village community properties that were granted design review approval to main nonconformities or granted variances in that zone. And then I also plotted the existing encroachments along 8th Avenue to show that it's a right enjoyed by others. And to show that it's not detrimental to the public health, safety, convenience, and welfare, or injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity. The proposed deck does not impact privacy or view equity. We've heard from no neighbors about privacy and view equity. And then finally, the granting of the variance will not be contrary to the zoning ordinance or general plan. The proposed deck is set back from the existing paved streets, 11 feet from 8th Avenue and 8 feet from Seaview Street. Next slide, please. So the access and street improvement in the ordinance, the applicability of when that is required is when additions or alterations exceed 50% or a major remodel. And this is not any addition. This is a deck addition, not considered living. Next slide. Oh, we have it. So then on the private streets, in this zone, the VC zone, the smaller lots, they have street easements that are 17.6 or 17.5 feet or 17 feet 6 inches to the center line of the property, and parking is no long-term parking of automobiles or vehicles is not required, is not allowed on those streets. And then the final slide, the second to last slide, if you want me to. Oh yeah, I have 30 seconds. We feel there's no nexus to require access and street improvements related to the proposed deck addition and variance. The project's not a major remodel or a new home, and it's not an intensification of use. And then the final slide, these are photos that the homeowners had that were around 1992 that show the house pretty much as you see it today, with the exception of the most recent internal stair. Thank you.
Nancy. All right, any members of the public wish to speak on this item? Okay, please come up one at a time. You have 3 minutes.
Before I start, we got the information late, so we had to.
It's okay, she'll pass it to us. You can begin.
And it was emailed to you as well. Those are just hard copies, and sorry, I hit the wrong button and it's on very heavy, expensive paper. I didn't want to waste it, but I did. So good evening, MJ Abraham. I'm a resident of South Laguna. My husband and I are longtime stakeholders, and we're very proud to say we're the grandparents of fifth generation grandchildren here. So we love the community, we love our neighborhood, and certainly have always gotten along with our neighbors. Our primary concern regarding this variance request centers on ongoing ingress and egress issues on 8th Avenue and Seaview Street caused by use and landscape encroachments associated with the property at 31860. These issues, which are not reflected in the staff report, create visibility hazards, blocks access, and safety risks for residents, pedestrians, and emergency evacuation vehicles and evacuation routes. We oppose granting of the variance for the deck addition unless any approval includes mitigation measures to address existing encroachment and parking impacts that hinder public access and violate our municipal codes and deeded property rights. Historical context shows that 8th Avenue has been narrowed from 50 feet to 23 feet due to cumulative encroachments, prompting the city to restrict parking on the south side for safety and access. The street also serves as a main designated wildfire evacuation route, underscoring the importance of unobstructed passage. We take these, what you send us from the city, very seriously. Mar Vista, Sunset, what we have to do to get out, what not to do and what to do. They come all the time. They come in the mail. We take them very seriously, and we are very worried with the congestion on our streets. The property at 31860, unlike other homes nearby that were required to remove similar encroachments when remodeled, continues to use public right-of-way for private parking and landscaping, creating this visibility hazards and setting an inconsistent precedent. In addition, there are also concerns about piecemeal permitting of the remodel, potential conflicts of interest involving the architect, applicant, city employed senior planner, and outside consultant, in fact, which we have been discussing with our city manager since June 2nd of 2025. And what also appears in the project to be unequal enforcement of code standards compared with neighboring properties. I urge the board to require mitigation of existing encroachments and safety hazards before approving any variance, ensure consistent application of city codes and fair treatment among all property owners, consider the potential conflicts of interest, and consider the public safety implications and liabilities of allowing continued use of public right-of-way for private benefit to the detriment of the neighborhood and us as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Abrams. Next. State your name. Anybody coming up, state the name before you begin.
Hi. Phil Abraham, resident 31852 Seaview Street.
You're done.
Didn't do it.
That was a quick 3 minutes. New record. You
just returned
can
from-
start again. Wait a second.
I just returned from being out of state for 2.5 weeks, and I emailed my presentation notes to each of you, but I don't know if they made it, so I'd like you to pass these out so they have them.
You can go ahead.
I'd like to preface my short talk with thanking you for being participants of the Design Review Board. I too have been a Design Review Board member in the city of Riverside. I've sat on the Parks and Open Spaces Commission for the County of Riverside, the Structural Appeal Board, and a litany of other things during the last 40 years. So I really appreciate your time, and I also understand your reliance on a staff report. You trust that, and I appreciate that. In reviewing the staff report, I find some what I believe to be errors in it, which I've outlined here, and I'd like to walk you through it. After my speech and later on, please feel free to ask me any questions, and I'd be glad to go over my thoughts with you. With that in mind, good evening, DRB board members. I'm speaking about Resolution 25-0633 concerning 31860 8th Avenue. This will be the third permit issued for this ongoing project, continuing a piecemeal approach to a major remodel. Because each phase has been reviewed separately, the city has not been able to evaluate the full scope of work, and important code and safety issues have been overlooked. Both 8th Avenue and Seaview Street have encroachments, hardscape, landscaping, and construction that extend into the public and private rights-of-way. These violations restrict access, limit traffic circulation, and reduce emergency response and evacuation capacity. 8th Street is a collector street and a designated wildfire evacuation route under the 2019 Wildfire Mitigation and Safety Report. It lies within a very high fire hazard severity zone where roadway width is critical for safety. According to the county parcel map, 8th Street is a 50-foot right-of-way, but the paved portion is only about 23 feet wide in front of this property. Parking on one side takes up about 9 feet, and trash cans along both sides use another 3 feet. That leaves only about 11 feet of usable roadway, barely a single lane, while the property's landscaping and driveway encroach roughly 14 feet into the right-of-way, extending 4 feet beyond the established power pole line setback. Seaview faces similar problems. It's a private access easement for 6 homes with required setbacks of 17.5 feet for landscaping and an additional 5 feet for structures. This home encroaches into both, and the property across the street does as well, reducing the usable roadway to about 25 feet. When cars park along either side, it can narrow to as little as 16 feet, making two-way traffic and emergency access nearly impossible. The applicant's variance request is...
Mr. Abram, your time's up. Thank you very much. We have your document, but you're limited to 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Hello, Board and Christoph. I want to thank you for requesting that the applicant with the archaeological site in South Laguna remove the stakes, and I'm here to report that they have removed them, and it's great. So I really appreciate, especially Jessica, insisting on that. Civic Association has submitted a letter because we are concerned that the work that we have done for decades on planning in South Laguna is being misunderstood, and that the variance analysis is incorrect. And we believe that the findings for the variance that the staff has listed are not supported. And we don't want to see this kind of interpretation of our documents continue, because that is going to produce a problem with the whole community going forward. Tract 849 was subdivided in 1927, but in the 30s, the realtors were having trouble selling the lots for $300 a piece. And so they decided that they would divide the 125-foot long lots into 3 parts. So that meant that all the corner lots are 45 feet deep, and the other lots behind them are 40. So we have 2 35 by 40 foot lots and 1 45 by 35 foot lot. So this is actually a luxury site. It is the largest of these subdivided parcels. So it is not disadvantaged, and it is typical. The staff report acts like, or proposes that this lot is especially disadvantaged, and it is not. All the corner lots are that same dimension, and the corner lots are the better of the 3 lots that the subdividers created. So it is not unusual, and that contention in the staff report cannot be supported. This is a very tight community, and it has many advantages because we get to spend a lot of time with our neighbors. We see them a lot. They're very close to where we live. But there's a limit to how close that should be. And to allow variances without proper justification is going to lead to overcrowding and
over impingement onto public spaces as the previous
And
testimony was about how the roads are being encroached on.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, with that, I return it back to the applicant. You have 3 minutes to reply.
Thank you. So the project is not a major remodel. The Phase 1 project, there was an addition of 5 square feet. We took 30 square feet from the garage on the ground level and added 5 feet to the footprint, which was under the existing upper level. So there was no change to the lot coverage. It's not a major remodel. There is no parking on Seaview. And it is, there are signs that are posted. Not everyone sees them, but they are posted, and the code does not allow parking on these private street easements. Design review,
People in the audience, please be quiet. Go ahead, Nancy.
I was just reading that from the code. Design review maintains, approved maintaining non-conforming conditions on the properties I listed, because that was the way it was done when there were non-conforming conditions and someone wanted to add square footage. The requirement previously was you needed design review to maintain those nonconformities, and that's why they are listed in the list. The design review board maintained nonconforming conditions, and then also in that list were the variances that were granted for encroachments into setbacks. The special circumstance for the house on this corner lot is actually where it's located. It's located close to the corner, and it was built in 1937, and the owners want to have an ocean view from a deck. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, any questions? Eber? Yeah, I thought you were going to ask.
Just, I guess one, you provided an example of all the homes that had decks that encroach into the front yard setback. Did I miss it in the presentation, or can you show it again?
Attachment to the variance application.
And I think you handed us one at the site.
You
Yeah.
you handed it to us. I just,
Lewis doesn't keep paper.
We have it.
I know, but I thought it was a really,
What's your question about it? Or
no, I just was hoping she could elaborate on, she mentioned it in her report, but I didn't.
I understand. I mean, basically, up and down the street, there are decks that are into the setback. And if the audience hasn't seen it, there it is.
There it is.
Yeah, it's attached to the agenda. So what that is those bright orange areas are areas that encroach into the setback. And you can see 2 that are, I guess that would be east of the ocean. They're actually in the right of way up there. And then there's right next door on the other corner. And then across the street, there are encroachments into the setback. And then the deeper lots, their setback is 20 feet, and they have encroachments in the 20-foot setback too. So this document was to show encroachments into 8th Avenue front setbacks.
Thank you, Nancy.
All right, with that, I close the public hearing. Lewis, you want to go first? Or how about Emir?
Yeah, I'll give it a go. So I appreciate the applicant bringing this application forward. The privacy and view equity, it sounds like there have been no concerns that we've heard here tonight. So I can agree that that's being maintained. I also can agree that this deck follows the pattern of development from what we can see from that last variance application document, attachment 4. I do not see the deck causing a restricted access issue, which was some of the testimony we heard here today. That would be more intense than the current homestead as it stands. This is a condition that exists in South Laguna. The applicant shouldn't be penalized for their right to build the deck. There are multiple homes on the street with decks that encroach into the right of way. Nancy also further added that this isn't a major remodel, so I think we need to assess this as a deck, and I can approve this tonight.
And I can concur what the board member Balta said. I can verify that the variance is, the findings are there. It meets all the DR criteria, view equity. There was zero impact of view equity by any neighbors that I observed. I also observed zero privacy impacts, and I concur this is a minimal remodel. It's the smallest house that I saw as an overhead. There's no RAP requested, and in a future date, if the city wants to take back whatever is in the RAP, that's their right to do so. So I can support this project tonight.
Louis?
Yeah, given that the deck is still within their property line, I find this to be consistent with the pattern of development as stated by my other board members. It's pretty common in South Laguna with the age of some of the homes down there and the characteristics of, how homes were set on lots prior to like modern technology. So to make the accommodations, I think this is an appropriate fit. It just allows them to change a door to, or window to a door, have a little more ventilation in their home. Very similar to other homes up and down the street. As far as the access components, I just want to make sure that no support beams impede on your current access configuration. Parking in South Laguna is quite funky and has a lot of tight streets. I don't think a deck addition warrants major improvements to a street. Wouldn't cross the threshold for our code, and so neither do I. I don't find that either. As far as the right of way in its current form, up and down the street, it's well in line with the other plantings and other lines on the south side of the street. So I find that to be really consistent. The north side of the street, I think, has more right-of-way encroachments than the south side, is given kind of my overview on GIS. And so I can support the project this evening.
Thank you. Yeah, I can support the project. The guidelines are all met, a very modest project. But I want to make 2 points. One is on the special circumstances. Special circumstances and the whole purpose for variance, particularly in Laguna Beach, where there are really small lots and odd-shaped lots, is not to treat all small lots equally. It's to provide benefits that other lots of different sizes enjoy. In fact, a lot of times the reason for the variance is because due to the shape of the lot, to enjoy that benefit, they need a variance that other properties enjoy even without a variance. So this is an easy one on the special circumstances. There is decks up to the right-of-way, up and down that street, and to deny this applicant the right that is enjoyed by other people and lots of decks, even not in the right-of-way, would be, I think, contrary to the purpose language of the variance, and all the findings can be made, as my colleagues have said. With respect to the ingress and egress, it's really important that, particularly where it's not a new construction or major remodel, that we not widen the scope of our review to things that don't have a nexus to the improvement. I totally get what you're saying. I drove up that street. The issue of encroachments into the right-of-way, that's not suitable for a DRB application of this type. It is code enforcement. And I encourage you, if you really believe that there are code violations here, there's encroachments into the public right-of-way, that you pursue that angle. And, again, 8th Avenue is a challenging street. If those conditions exist as you've described, and I'm not opining one way or the other, that would be the route I would suggest. So with that said, any other comments? Are we ready for a motion?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the resolution 25-0633, approving design review 25-0633 and variance 25-0635 for the property located at 3186 8th Avenue, and find said action categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15301 and section 15305.
I'll second that.
And before we vote, I'd like to request an amendment to the motion, if willing, just to make the note that any support structures don't impede in the access that currently is there, since structural hasn't been done at this point.
I agree with that.
I agree with that.
Okay, so that's part of the second. Please call the roll.
Board Member Bauta,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Motion
Congratulations.
4-0.
All righty, the next item is 5.3. That's 3044 Nestal Road, Design Review 25-19-19. I suggest we do expedited on this one.
We love that.
And ex parte, please.
Visited the site, Chair.
Chair, I
Visited site.
visited this, oh, go ahead. The same for me. I visited the site and analyzed the project from an overhead Google Maps.
Emir, did you do your ex parte?
Visited a site, Chair.
And honestly, it was my first time to Nestle Road. I actually didn't know where it was.
Oh, sorry, pushed the wrong button, forgot to turn off my watch. So I get two demerits, sorry. Yeah, I actually did meet the homeowner and saw the backyard. And I forgot the owner. I think I saw you, yeah. So with that said, staff report expedited, please.
Thank you, Chair. Again, item 5.3 is a request for design review at 3044 Nestal Road, which is located in the R1 zone. This is the front and back of the property. The proposed work requiring design review includes a new in-ground swimming pool that is 1,200 gallons, a spa that's 700 gallons, and an associated pool and spa equipment. Staff believes the project meets design review criteria, and the proposed work is compatible with the surrounding properties in the neighborhood and does not substantially impair views, privacy, and will be compatible with the development present in the neighborhood. Staff's recommendation is to conduct a public hearing and adopt Resolution 25-1919, approving design review 25-1919, and finding said action exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15303. Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions? You have 5 minutes. Open the public hearing.
Just have a 7- and a 9-year-old. A wife that grew up 10 houses from where we are now, had a pool when she was a kid, and that's just kind of the trajectory and demographic I'm in right now. So we'd love to have a pool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any members of the public wish to speak? Seeing none, you have 3 more minutes if you want it. I assume you don't.
Great.
With that said, any questions of staff or the applicant? Seeing none, deliberations. Who wants to begin?
I can support the project this evening. It's modest. The pool's location doesn't impact privacy or in any which way. The location of the equipment's just fine. Project's design review compatible.
And I concur.
I echo fellow board members. I can approve this project tonight.
As can I. Do we have a motion?
I'll move item number 5.3. That the board adopts resolution 25-1919, approving design review 25-1919 for the property located at 3044 Nestal Road and finding said action exempt from pursuant to CEQA guideline section 15303.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Board Member Bauta,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Enjoy your pool.
Get digging.
All righty, the next one is 5.4 at 31922 Virginia Way. Design review 25-1107. And ex parte, please.
Chair, I visited site and met with the project architect.
Visited the site and spoke with Lee Bell.
I visited the site with Lee Bell and met with a neighbor 31877 8th Street.
I met with Lee at the site, and I met with the neighbor, Allison Mayer, at 31877.
Forgot that. I met
All
with
righty.
as well.
Mr. Khan, you're up.
If anyone's falling asleep in the audience, there's candy up here that you're free to enjoy if you want. It's up at the queue if you want a little pick me up. But for any speakers or applicants, I just brought a handful.
My apologies, having some technical difficulty. Just bear with me for a minute.
Did MJ?
Someone's got to be first.
She's not ready.
Oh, okay. Curious.
That's right. Where's she?
Because usually we're kind of noticed if someone's not going to be up there, right? Don't we usually get noticed if someone's not?
Yeah, just so the public's clear, when there's not going to be someone present, we don't let the public doesn't, otherwise people then kind of shop and that's not appropriate.
Well, my understanding is we would have had the option to postpone the hearing if all 5 board members were not here.
What's the rule on that, Patrick?
So the Brown Act only requires a quorum, which is 3 of you. So from that perspective, you guys are entirely free and appropriate. As pertains to a practice or courtesy to applicants, I may defer to Bill on that, but I'm not aware of anything in the code that says in the event of an absence, an applicant is, empowered to kick it.
Historically,
Well, but you tell me, the practice has been not to tell.
yeah, we don't announce it at, say, the hearings. Though if in our historical practice, if there is a shorter board, the applicants have the right to continue if they'd like to, because the voting dynamic is
Sure, we
due
should.
to denial versus.
Right.
Yeah, but there's an implication that we would have an obligation to say we don't. The only time that we've exercised some discretion is where there's controversial projects and there's only 3 members.
That makes sense.
Because that, and this is my view, in that circumstance, it impacts the standard of review at the city council level.
Got it. Understood.
And so
We don't want to postpone.
and-
We've been waiting a long time.
No,
for
I
this.
understand.
Yeah,
but-
we're good to go. Tech issue.
We ready? Okay, enough of that. All right, you're on.
Thank you all. Good evening, Chair Gibbs and members of the Design Review Board. My name is Sharyar Khan, Associate Planner. Item number 5.4 is Design Review 25-1107, requesting an upper level addition in new 2-car garage with new vehicular access, elevated deck, new lighting, new landscaping and grading, and a request to modify the maximum allowable floor area. The property is located in the Village Community Zone at 31922 Virginia Way and is currently improved with a 2-level existing single-family dwelling, including a grandfathered second residential unit at the lower level, converted from a once existing garage with vehicular access from Virginia Way. Improvements are proposed to the south of the structure on the right side of the site plan shown, highlighted in gray, and includes additions and a new vehicular access from 8th Avenue. As noted in the staff report, the existing rear setback at the left is legal nonconforming. The proposed additions comply with all applicable setback requirements. At the lower level, the existing 2,253 square foot residence is proposed to be expanded by approximately 811 square feet, including an 82 square foot covered entryway with enclosed stairs leading to the existing upper level, highlighted in blue, and a new 729 square foot addition featuring a living room and kitchen highlighted in purple. A new 342 square foot 2-car garage is also proposed at this level, highlighted in yellow. The applicant is proposing a new 357 square foot upper level addition situated on top of the new garage, featuring an office area and highlighted in red. A 69 square foot elevated deck shown in orange and an adjacent elevated planter shown in green. The proposed upper level addition is at a height of approximately 20 feet and is contained within the allowable building envelope and complies with all applicable setback requirements. As mentioned earlier, the project also proposes a new vehicular access from 8th Avenue. There appears to be adequate visibility and conflicts are not anticipated. In the village community zone, projects must meet both site coverage and floor area limits. The maximum floor area is 56%, which is 3,421 square feet, while the proposal total 62%, exceeding the limit by 6%. However, the Design Review Board may approve such increases if consistent with neighborhood development patterns. The proposed additions are modest and well integrated. Many nearby homes feature multiple stories, terraces, and expanded patios. The design aligns with this character and remains compatible with the surrounding development. The design uses varied roof lines, wall shifts, and a mix of materials to break up building mass. A masonry base with light gray shiplap siding above creates contrast and reduces bulk, while white trim and variegated shingles add texture and complement the neighborhood. Group windows, recess entries, and articulated garage openings introduce depth and shadow. Materials, colors, and detailing are cohesive and consistent with the home's architectural style. The additions integrate seamlessly, maintaining proportional balance and visual harmony. The project is compatible with the neighborhood in height, scale, and character, with landscaping and articulation that reinforce the area's cohesive streetscape. The project also includes new landscaping, grading in excess of 20 cubic yards outside the building footprint, a new patio, and a small, narrow reflecting pond. The proposed project complies with all applicable zoning standards, with the exception of floor area, which is being requested to be exceeded. The project complies with the design review criteria and general plan policies. Staff recommends that the board conduct a public hearing, and if the design review board determines that the maximum floor area limit is inappropriate due to existing neighborhood development patterns, adopt resolution 25-1107, approving design review 25-1107 for the property located at 31922 Virginia Way, and finding the action categorically exempt from CEQA. Staff have received public correspondence regarding view equity impacts and noise disturbance concerns. This concludes staff's report, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent presentation. Any questions of staff? Hearing none, I open the public hearing. Applicant, you have 5 minutes. Turn on your
Thank you, Sherry. Good evening, board members and community. My name is Lee Snow, the architect for the project, and I'm here with Marco and Karen, the property owners. Just get my thing up here quick. The first slide is the site plan for the property.
Why don't you hold the time, start again when the
Thank you.
site plan shows up.
Oh, there you
Okay.
go.
Now you can start.
This is the site plan for the property. It is bound by 8th Avenue on the east and Virginia Way, which dead ends a block to the west of the property. The existing structure is represented by the dark brown color, with the proposed footprint of the addition shown in light brown. The landscape improvements are represented by the green color, and the new driveway for the garage is shown connecting to 8th Avenue in a similar condition to the properties to the north. Slide 2, please. Next slide. This photo is showing the relatively small scale of the existing building, as well as the neighbor's primary deck, which we tried to consider from the beginning. Next slide. This photo is showing the proposed driveway access location, which is similar condition to the neighbors up 8th, with habitable area over the garage at the setback line. The property to the immediate right is maximizing the building envelope and not conforming to the additional building setback, which is discretionary for the board in the zone. Also shown is the large trees straddling the properties. Next slide, please. This is the building section with the existing building in charcoal and the addition shown to the right. We intentionally tried to keep the middle of the building lower in deference to the aforementioned primary deck of the neighbors. The yellow-green area is showing the allowable building envelope by code, not including the discretionary additional building setback, which we are conforming to. Next slide, please. Oh yeah, this is the first floor plan showing the existing building in charcoal and the first level addition, including the new entry, great room, and garage. Next slide. This is the second floor plan showing the entry stairs and office with the great room roof below. Next slide. This is the Virginia Way elevation showing the existing building to the left, the new entry adjacent, the great room with the office over garage to the right. And next slide. This is the 8th Avenue elevation showing the driveway access with habitable space over garage, as is done up and down the street. Next slide. This is just a conceptual view of the single-story great room showing the shiplap siding and exposed beams with a large overhang intended to protect the great room from heat gain. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any members of the general public wish to speak on this? Please come up to the podium. You have 3 minutes.
I'm not a professional, so I didn't bring a slideshow. I'm Allison Meyer. I've lived at 31877 8th Avenue for 53 years. I've been a resident of Laguna Beach since 1967. First, I'd like to thank the Design Review Board members who visited the project at my house. They were able to answer some of my questions and address some of the concerns. As I said, I'm not a professional. To me, the staked setback looks insufficient. I measured 24 inches, and when you look up requirements, it looks like a side yard or backyard has to be 5 to 10 feet. Currently, even a thin person couldn't squeeze between the property fence and the back of the building. I was told by one of the inspectors that when the foundation, if it were approved and the foundation was to be poured, that a building site inspector would make sure it conformed to the setback. But my main concern is, as a resident of a beach town, I know any slice of ocean view enhances the value of the property. Conversely, every slice removed lowers the value. When we looked at the stake design with Design Review, we did so standing on the veranda. This is not the view we enjoy when we sit on the veranda. The extent of the roof line was also difficult to see because the fiddly fig tree was obscuring the stake lines. The proposed second-story office above the garage significantly obstructs my view on the living room veranda, my dining room table, as well as from the bedroom room veranda. It's also situated partially in front of the window, west-facing bedroom window. With such a large addition, my question is, why does this addition require a second story placed above a garage as an office? Unless it's for a business, an office today can consist of a workstation and a computer, which would fit in any room. Is that time?
You have 30 more seconds.
Okay, my other concern is encroaching on the city property with the driveway on 8th. This property has an address on Virginia, not 8th Avenue. My last concern is percentage of the proposed plan developing majority of a really nice lot. I believe it exceeds the percentage allowed, and the new dwelling exceeds the largest footprint of homes on this section of Virginia Way.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Any other speakers? Come on up.
Hello, my name is Dave Sobolewski. I live at 31872 8th Avenue, just up the road from Allison. And I have known her for 32 years. Obviously, they lived there a lot longer than I. I have been in their house a number of times. They do have a great view from that small deck. When this building goes in, they're not going to have that view anymore. And that just isn't fair. You know, when you live somewhere for 50 years and you can walk out there and see the ocean, and then suddenly somebody wants to build in front of that, it just doesn't seem fair, especially when it just isn't needed. So I'm here to voice, my support of Allison, and hopefully this project will be declined. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other speaker? Ann, are you coming up to speak? Come on up. Well, I wasn't sure whether you were going outside or coming to the
Oh.
podium, but since I see you're at the podium, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Again, the Civic Association comments relate to the implementation of the zoning code. We participated in the writing of the specific plan and the general plan for South Laguna when we were in the county. And then we did it again when we were annexed to the city. And so we very carefully crafted these regulations to try to limit the size of the future buildings. And that's why this zone has that criteria in there for a square footage limit of the house itself, which is unusual. It doesn't happen in the rest of the city. But then, as we talked about earlier, this is a neighborhood of very small lots. So he's over about 300 square feet from what is allowed. And it seems to me that 3,421 square feet is a reasonably sized house. And we don't, I think the rationale to exceed that, I don't hear and I don't see in the application. It just says, well, it's kind of like the rest of the houses. Well, there's no statistics, there's no analysis that this extra is justified. Originally, this would have required a variance to exceed, and we were persuaded that the Design Review Board would use great sophisticated judgment in deciding when this could be exceeded, and I don't think this is a case where it should be, especially with the testimony that we've had tonight about the impingement on the views of the neighbors. The other concern is the corner of 8th. If you probably, when you got to 8th, you did not come up from Coast Highway. That is a very narrow, difficult entrance from Coast Highway. And this is the first block uphill from that. And to put a new driveway right on the corner is, I feel, not safe and not a good use of the property. If people are coming down and want to turn, this driveway is in this very narrow part of the lot. They have an existing driveway in the much more feasible area of the property, and I think that it should be used instead of this adding a new driveway. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other members of the public? Seeing none, returning it to the applicant, you have a 3-minute reply.
Thank you, Chair Gibbs. I did meet with Allison, and we did pull our deck away from her property over the garage. In terms of her questions about the side yard, we are providing a 5-foot setback from the property line. The problem is the wall that's existing there could be moved 2 feet towards her property if we chose to, but we're choosing to maintain the existing condition and keep the 3-foot fire access around the building. I mean, I would hate to tear down the wall and move it.
Are you saying the wall's on your property?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
No, now it's 2 feet on mine. I can move it 2 feet over towards her.
Okay, that was my question.
Yeah. As far as Dave's comments, I'm not sure which deck he's referring to where the view's being blocked, because we tried very hard to consider her primary deck there and maintain her views. I always appreciate Ann's comments and dedication to the landscape in this town. Because in this zone, the square footage includes the garage, I would suggest, I haven't done the stats, that most properties are over the FAR if you include the garages on them. And then the driveway we're proposing is the same condition as the neighbors. So they're into the right of way. It would make no difference to the path of travel. I guess that's my only comments.
Thank you very much. Questions?
I have a question. So,
Did I have any?
Oh, you have a little more time. I'm sorry. I thought it was.
Did I finish the 3 minutes?
Oh,
I'm Mark Miser, property owner. First, thank you very much for listening.
Second of all is we did everything possible. I personally went to Lee and I said, please make sure my primary concern is to make sure we don't block anyone's view. We redid this 3-4 times and we made sure that the property views are as little as possibly impacted. So I just want to let you know that that was our primary concern, which I heard from Allison. That was her concern about the fact that she doesn't have any views. Not the case.
All right. Anything more from the applicant? Okay, questions?
Question. So on the site plans, it says that the landscape open space it conforms and the lot coverage conforms.
It doesn't conform.
But it says it does conform.
It
on
does. It's the floor area ratio, which in this zone includes the garage's square footage in your ratio.
Yeah, lot coverage is different than floor area ratio.
It conforms.
floor area
The
ratio.
discretion.
Got it.
We have that on another project.
Okay.
Sherry, are you care to elaborate a little bit on this? Because it's a little unclear to me which one. I'm looking at your recommendation. I'm following that. It looks like it's over as per your recommendation, but it seems like there's a discrepancy with the applicant.
Yes, so like the applicant mentioned, the FAR, the floor area is not conforming. In this zone, essentially the footprint is kind of considered in addition to the different levels. So the garage is considered non-habitable enclosed spaces are such as storage rooms or mechanical rooms. They're all considered. And the floor area calculation is based off of the building site coverage. So whatever the building site coverage calculation comes out to be, 1.5 times that is the max allowed FAR. And when counting in the garage and other enclosed spaces, it puts them over the max FAR.
So he's correct. You, in South Laguna, you include the garage in the FAR.
The village community zone.
Okay.
Are there any other properties in South Laguna that are similar in lot coverage, overall lot coverage, that include the garage and mechanical space?
And similar in the FAR as well.
Mhm.
I had identified at least 1-2 properties down. Unfortunately, there's just not a lot of data available.
Yeah, one of the things that I had a question like that. Has the board seen this before? Because if it was common, I would have thought we would have seen this before, where a garage pushed somebody over. You've been on the longest, Louis. You're the oldest man here. Have you recall seeing that?
I mean, no, I haven't. I
Yeah,
mean, we've
You're
seen
the second oldest man.
we've seen change in how. Yeah, go ahead.
Can we
Yeah.
move to deliberation? Because I'd like to speak on this and
Yeah, I'm gonna, I have a couple questions.
One more question.
Go ahead.
How does this isn't a major remodel, correct?
Correct, not a
And-
major remodel.
And the existing structure is how big?
The existing structure is, I believe, let me see. Yeah, 2253.
And the new habitable's 1168. Yeah.
Yeah, so for a total of 2763 minus garage.
And I guess what percentage of the existing structure, or this is a on the fly question, I'm sorry, is in the rear yard setback? Because to me, it looks like about 40% of the existing house.
Yeah, I don't have a calculation for that from the top of my head, but the existing house, a significant portion is within the rear yard setback, which is 20 feet.
Yeah.
But exact number wise, I can tell you.
Lee, would you take a stab at where you,
Yeah, I think you're 35 or 40, right?
35, 40? Okay. All right, thank you.
Lee, or could you put up the site plan again, the one that's actually under the landscaping plan, L1? Put it up. You had it up during,
It's on page 19 of 20.
yeah. No, not that one, the landscaping plan, L1. It's all the way at the end. There you go. Okay, there we go. All right, Lee, I'm concerned about that entrance to the new garage. And the potential conflict with the house just up the street. If you look there, you've got a plant, and I looked at the plant. It's, I'm not a plant guy, the Festia glauca.
I think I got some blue
What-
fescue, yeah.
Yeah, I'm really concerned about a conflict there. Tell me what that's, first of all, how wide is that space between the proposed driveway and the existing driveway and the lot next to it?
I've got about 18 inches where it expands to 2 feet.
Just at the entrance is 18 inches?
No, that green space, I'm saying, on the
Well,
north,
if you look at the top, you
Yeah.
see where where he's pointing to?
about 18
You're
to
saying that
24.
18 inches?
Yeah.
Going to 24, right?
Right, because again, that wall is 2 feet on our property line, so,
But the wall doesn't go to that portion of the driveway, does it?
no, their concrete comes out right at the edge of the wall, though.
Okay, I just want to focus on the interface,
Mhm.
that 18 inches to 2 feet. What's that going to look like? Is it the same level? How high are those plants going to
Same
get?
level.
How are you going to prevent cars running into each other if they're backing out of the garage? In other words, what's separating the driveway up from the proposed driveway here?
There's about 18-inch by 12-inch high grass, like little balls of grass going along that strip. I mean, what stops them from running into their cars on their 2-car driveway, right?
Well, you're putting a driveway that's not even a 2-car width driveway. What is the width of that driveway?
It's 13 at the front and it gets to about 18 at the garage.
At the garage. When I was at the site, it looks like a really narrow place to put in a driveway. And it looks like it's not going to really be an effective interface with the driveway next door. I'm concerned about potential conflict there. So anyway, do you have anything to add to that? I understand it's going to be about a foot-high grass and an 18-inch spread there.
Yeah, I guess the alternative would be to bring the driveway in from Virginia Way, and you couldn't park a car in the driveway then, and you'd have to tear up that whole retaining wall that's holding.
Well, you do have parking on the other side of the lot, right?
Yeah, for the ADU.
Well, let's go zoom back. This whole space where it says existing concrete to remain, you can
Right.
park several cars in there?
You could, but it wouldn't be conforming.
Okay. So that you'd have the driveway, well, explain to me, Mike,
Because you're in the rear yard and the side yard.
That's where existing parking is now?
It is, but because of the addition, they wanted 2 covered.
Okay. All right, so the alternative, and you kind of anticipated me there, from a driveway off of 8th is to do a driveway off of Virginia Way?
Right, and there'd be no room to park in the driveway.
No, I get it. All right, I have nothing further. Anybody else has any questions? All right, with that said, I close the public hearing, and Louis, you want to begin?
Yeah, I mean, I actually really appreciate a lot of what the applicant team and Lee, your creativity is always stellar with whatever project you bring forward. I think, in total of what you're trying to do and trying to separate these two buildings and where you're using your second stories, I think it does minimally impact views and privacy, like in your thinking. But I am challenged with the change of access. I mean, one of our criteria is to evaluate the safest access for a site. And when we evaluate sites that are through lots or corner lots, it's really to try to define where the safest area is. And I think when visiting the site, you're currently taking access off Virginia Way at the back of the lot. And I would be supportive that that's an appropriate spot for taking access. Now, I could see other locations on Virginia Way, but this narrow corner is a bit of a challenge and it's a bit of a stretch. Primarily because as you go up and down the street, the lots are a certain width and the full 2 cars or a single car, depending on the house, has full access in and out on a driveway or a little bit wider. By your driveway being less and then getting to a width, you don't have access to really get the 2 cars kind of incompatibly and still have 2 cars kind of in front of the garage. Because, one thing we have to think about too is the garages are no longer just garages. They can become ADUs, JDADUs, and not do what parking is supposed to be. I know that's not part of this application, but that's the futuristic challenges with where we're at with planning and zoning between Laguna Beach and the state. I'm also challenged by what, the public brought forward of the zone and being slightly over from the square footage or the floor area ratio component, primarily because I think the house was set back originally far from 8th Street to be further in the corner and given a lot of rights to be not in the right setbacks and be tucked more towards the more usable part of the lot for the age of the home. Doesn't mean that I can see a project that does expand into the lot. I think you have a significant benefit by being further into the rear yard setback. And then we're trying to stretch all the way to the front yard setback. I think there needs to be some give in that open space and those balances. So in short, I'm not opposed to kind of a lot of what you're trying to do. I think it does need to be scaled down a little bit. I think the access needs to be rethought or really provided that this is the only alternative at a better with more support. But for me right now, that part's challenging to me.
Jess?
I'm still thinking, but I'm ready to go. The floor area ratio, when you look at landscape as it relates to landscape open space, the landscape open space is in compliance. So I'm fine with the, exceeding the floor area ratio. Your lot coverage, it's in compliance. The landscape open space is in compliance. So I'm fine with that. I do agree with Ann Christoph that putting access on 8th Street or 8th Ave, it does create a hazard, especially if there's a possibility of relocating it so it angles towards Virginia Way. I'm not opposed to it going to 8th Ave. There's no alternative, but I would like you to analyze that a little deeper. And then, yeah, privacy, there's no privacy impacts that I saw. View equity, I agree with Board Member Weil. I think the view equity has been achieved. You did a really thoughtful design with the neighbor, Allison, in the back, giving her that straight out view. The lighting, just make it minimum per code. And then the trees, you have a 20-foot tree. I don't know if that would exceed the roof height, but maybe replace it with something else or we could cap it as a condition of approval. Those are currently my notes. Oh, for the property lines, in regards to that, I take it you guys have something official, like a lot survey or something? You have a lot survey
Yes.
official?
Yeah,
Okay.
survey.
All right. So there's that. All right. Yeah, that's all I have.
Emer?
Thank you. So I agree with fellow board members. One thing on the One thing I slightly disagree with is, or I would like to see a slight mod on, would be the roof ridge of the office. If we could bring that down a little bit while you're going through this effort, I think that would make a big difference for some of the views on the neighbor's home for Allison. Not a complete flat roof, but at least bringing it down some to where there'll be additional views out of that primary bedroom of the neighbor. I agree with the comments pertaining to coordinating the cross-street access and maybe coming up with a little bit more of a robust solution there. It seems like that's a very delicate corner. Just during my walk on site, I noticed that there was a street sign right at that corner. So, maybe configuring that location and just addressing it with Public Works ahead of time might go a long way. And maybe even suggesting having them suggest put a stop sign on that corner. I think that's, if now is not the right time to do it, when, right? Yeah, and then, slight scaling down could go a long way, but, I think overall, I don't think there's concerns about the FAR. But if it could be achieved, that's ideal, but it's not. We're not going to penalize you for having the garage added to the overall calcs. I think that's, would be unwise considering you're adding parking to the neighborhood, which is a benefit. That's all I've got.
Okay, thank you, board members. Again, I largely agree. I don't see view equity. I don't see privacy. I do appreciate that you designed this project to preserve the major views from the adjoining property owner, and that you designed it in a way to protect privacy. So the two issues I think we've hit on is floor area or FAR and the access. I don't like the access. I probably feel the strongest on the board. I think having a more narrow entryway into a two-car garage right at the corner, very close to the driveway of the adjacent owner with the inadequate barrier, just tells me that's not a good place for an access to a two-car garage. So I think the access needs to be rethought. I am in line with, and always in line with board members when they say, if there's no other way to do it in a project, then I would rethink it. But I'm convinced there is another way to do it, including moving the garage to a different portion of the property. Requires a bit of a redesign. But I think you said you can do access to the garage, from off of Virginia Way. So anyway, I'd like to see that access changed. With respect to the FAR, I don't think there's been evidence presented as to the justification for the additional floor area. That said, that's not the standard. The standard for us is that the finding is that it would be inappropriate due to existing development patterns in the surrounding area. I can't say, based on the evidence I've seen, that the additional nominal square footage, which is 6%, would be inappropriate. So while I would like to see this scaled back some, particularly in the office area, it's a big office, to help with the views, I think that would be a good thing to do. I can't say, and it's very similar to Mr. Bauda's comments, I can't say that I have a problem with the FAR given the standard that we have to judge it. So those are my comments. I'm not prepared, based on the access, to approve the project tonight. First of all, anyone else want to say anything and agree with me that we probably need a continuance?
I agree, we need a continuance. And then another discussion further about access on 8th. When you're coming, if let's say you get access, you're granted access on 8th, with the two cars, your neighbor having two cars pretty much always parked there, you're kind of blind to pulling out of that driveway. So for your safety and for the community's safety, I'd really reconsider that.
I agree. Okay, Louis, you had something more to say?
No, Jess covered it.
All right. I assume Lee wanted to the next available? Or do you want longer? How much?
When are we talking about? I need my drawings.
Next available would be January 22nd, and we would need those drawings back to us by, I would say, about the 14th or so of December at the latest.
Yeah, that sounds like easily done.
Thank you very much. Do we have a motion?
I'll move to continue item number 5.4 at 31922 Virginia Way to January 22nd, 2026. I know that's creepy, right? It's 2026 almost.
I know. Somebody was going to say it. It's inevitable. All right. Do we have?
I'll second that.
Okay. Call the roll.
Board Member Bauta,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And thank you guys for really putting a lot of thought into this one. It really,
Okay.
it is a good
We'll do
starting point.
5 minutes. We're going to take a 10-minute bathroom break. How much?
5.
Okay, we'll make it 5. Compromise at 5.
Mention
It's 6:30. Let's explain on. Yeah, we're doing good.
Hi.
This one will be very, actually, Warren, are you here? And Sherry are?
Get up here.
Yeah, why don't you get up here? I'm gonna call the meeting back to order. We've got a fairly quick item. So quiet. All right, thank you. Thank you. Quiet, please. Please. You can continue your conversation outside. Thank you. All righty, I'm calling 5.57 Camel Point Drive, Design Review 25-1551, Coastal Development Permit 25-1522. We're going to do this on an expedited basis
Yes.
and ex parte.
I visited site with Warren.
Visited the site.
I visited the site and spoke with Warren.
I looked at the aerials and did not speak to Warren. Okay, Shariar, you're up.
Thank you, Chair Gibbs. Item number 5.5, it is design review 25-1551 and coastal development permit 25-1552 to increase the building site coverage requirement by 5.56% for a 290 square foot street level addition in the R1 zone. The property is located in the R1 zone at 7 Camel Point Drive and is currently improved with a 2,113 square foot two-level single-family structure. The site is located within a coastal ESA and constraints include a coastal bluff. The site lies east of the bluff edge, but mostly within the 25-foot bluff top setback and is legally non-conforming for front, south side, and rear yard setbacks. The gross lot area is 6,305 square feet. Excluding the Oceanward Bluff area per the municipal code, the net lot area is 4,247 square feet. The project includes a 294 square foot street level addition on the south side of the home adjacent to the existing garage. The new addition provides a defined main entry and includes a powder room and complies with setback requirements. The property has a gross area of 6,305 square feet, but after excluding the bluff area per code, the net lot area is 4,247. Maximum allowed lot coverage is 43.4%. The proposal increases the coverage from 42% to 49%, exceeding the limit by 5.6%. Under the code, the board may approve such modification to maintain neighborhood development patterns or protect views. The 294 square foot addition is modest at street level and is consistent in height with the existing structure, preserving ocean views, side setbacks, and neighborhood development patterns. The addition is modest, well integrated, and within the allowable building envelope. It's low, 12 feet in height, and has horizontal alignment and maintains existing roof lines and minimizes visual mass. The roof lines match, materials and proportions ensure consistency with the home's architectural style. Project fits the neighborhood context along Camel Point Drive, maintaining a low profile form and the coastal character consistent with nearby single level homes at the street level. In conclusion, the proposed addition complies with all applicable zoning standards, with the exception of the building site coverage requirement, which is being requested to be exceeded. The project complies with the DR criteria, general plan policies, and coastal development permit findings. Staff recommends the board to conduct a public hearing and adopt resolution 25-1551 and approving design review 25-1551 and CDP 25-1552 and finding said action exempt from CEQA. This concludes staff's report. Available for questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you for the report. Open the public hearing. Warren, you got 5.
Hello, everybody. I'm here with Howard and Karen. They're the owners. My assistant, Sadie, who thinks it's a fine project, by the way. Sherry R., if you could go to that first slide, the excess lot coverage one, the aerial looking down. So you can see by that, this is a relatively small house compared to all the other ones. We're here, I feel like on a technicality, if it wasn't for the constraints, which was the reevaluated soils analysis, I think, would you agree, is the geological analysis of the bluff top, when we started, we were, our soils engineer, Peter Barella, had a different interpretation. So everything was fine. Then he retired. Anyway, here we are. So this is ground floor addition, 2 preserved views. I don't think it has any impacts at all on anyone. Haven't heard from any neighbors. So thank you.
Thank you. Any members of the public wish to speak? Come on up.
Hi, I'm Christine Keegan. I live at 9 Camel Point Drive. And judging from the story polls, it's been hard for me to determine what this project is going to be. But the story polls indicate kind of a looming presence. 7 Camel Point sits a little higher than 9 Camel Point does. So it's, I'm afraid it's going to block off a lot of the light into our kitchen dining area.
Thank you. All right. Any other members of the public wish to speak? Seeing none, I return it to you, Warren. You have 3 minutes.
So there are no windows facing that way. There, it's below any fences, any foliage. I don't expect any impact at all. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, any questions? Seeing none, close the public hearing, and who wants to begin?
Wait, I do have a question. It didn't look like it was, but is the roof height any higher than what is currently there?
No, there's 2 roof heights. The one most oceanward is the highest. Then there's a middle one that goes between the ADU and the oceanward one. This is no higher than that center ridge.
Okay.
And it's a hip roof, right? Or not a hip roof.
It's a gate. Well, it's a gable, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all the whole house is gables, yes.
Okay.
Okay, close the public hearing, deliberations. Jess?
Yeah, I went to the site and analyzed it from the street. I had my girl dog with me, and I don't see there could be a light and air impact. It's a modest addition. Had I been notified prior, I probably would look at it a little bit deeper. But from what I can recall, I didn't see any alarming, oh, wonder why I haven't heard from that neighbor. It's a modest project. The landscape open space is still within range. The lot coverage remains in the desired range. I'm ready to approve the project tonight.
Emer?
It meets all the design review criteria. It's neighborhood compatible. There's no privacy
Your time
issues.
is
There's
up.
no view issue. There, said my piece.
You got it.
I can go.
I can concur with Jess. I think it's appropriate located for addition. I think it meets the design review criteria.
Louis?
Yeah, and I concur with my colleagues. I appreciate the neighbors' concern. I follow Board Member Gannon's sentiments that I think by the shape of this roof, the impacts of light and air would be minimalistic at best because the lower points are really what's stretching across this new addition. So it's compatible with design review. I find the staff report to be consistent with the findings, and I support the project.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I concur with my colleagues. First of all, if this is, an important point to not only people here, but people who are watching this on TV. If you have a concern about a project, you see the stakes, it's important for us to be able to look and see if there's a light and air concern or a view equity concern or a privacy concern. Otherwise, from looking at this and from, my experience, I didn't see an issue to the point of going out and see the project. Had a neighbor wanted me to look at their property, I would have absolutely gone out and seen it. So it's difficult for us to go back into a house of somebody who's, concerned about a light and air issue if we've never really been in it and we can't see it. So it's a problem, and it's not fair to continue it for the applicant. So please, if you have a concern about a project, put in a site request that we go visit the site. There's a form, it's easy to find, and we will all make our time available to go and check it out. With that said, do we have a motion?
Chair, I make a motion to approve agenda item number 5.5 located at 7 Camel Point Drive with a recommended action in the staff report.
I second that, Chair.
Call the roll.
Board Member Bauta,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you all very much. Lewis, happy Halloween. And to
I'm
all
not
of you.
worthy, or
And no, and
Yeah,
you
I should
too.
have a sad Halloween.
Festive. And Sherry R., thank you again for all your work on this.
All right, I'm.
Spirit Halloween.
You don't want to know.
It's actually from an old skit with Tom Hanks.
All right, take care.
Bye, Sadie.
Okay, I'm gonna call the next one. It is 5.6, 31221 Holly Drive. Design Review Board 25-1724, Coastal Development Permit 25-1725, and Revocable Encroachment Permit 25-1726, ex parte.
Chair, I had a site visit, met with the homeowners and spoke with Mary Jo Coveney.
I visited the site and met with the project architect and owner.
Visited the site, spoke with the applicant team, met with the homeowner, spoke with Mary Jo and reviewed some of the public or all the public correspondence that came with the project.
Okay, I met with the applicant on the site. And with that, Heather, you're up.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, so good evening, board members. Item 5.6 is located at 31211 Holly Drive. The applicant is requesting design review and coastal development permit for additions and a major remodel of an existing single-family dwelling. Design review is not required for a proposed detached accessory dwelling unit. However, a coastal development permit is required for that ADU. In addition, a revocable encroachment permit is requested for improvements in the public right-of-way. The subject property is roughly rectangular in shape and is approximately 8,110 square feet. The lot has frontage on both Holly Drive and Brooks Street and slopes downward from Holly Drive to Brooks with a slope of approximately 31%. The site is developed with a 2,143.8 square foot single-family dwelling, which is constructed closer to Holly Drive. There's a bridge structure which provides access from the Holly Drive right-of-way to the residence as the grade does slope down from the street. A detached two-car garage is accessed by a driveway off of Brooks Street. The proposed project, sorry. I'm on the right one, okay. Let me get to the next one. The proposed project includes demolition of an existing pedestrian bridge and stairs from Holly Drive and a deck in the front yard. Demolition of approximately 627 square feet of upper level floor area, 982 square feet of lower level area, and 362 square feet of elevated decks at the rear of the structure. The existing detached two-car garage and concrete driveway access from Brook Street will also be demolished. The proposed additions and remodel will result in a 3,060 square foot single-family residence with a new vehicular access from Holly Drive to an attached two-car garage, new at-grade stairs with a gate on the north side from Holly Drive to the front entrance of the residence, which is below the street, and 1,167 square feet of upper level area and 1,893 square feet of lower level living area, including an elevator with a parapet. Grading will include approximately 4 feet 6 inches of fill in the front yard to create the new driveway at street level. Additions also include 898 square feet of elevated decks with glass railings, some metal shade awnings, 3 air conditioning units under the lower level deck, and a 44 square foot restroom and outdoor shower below the lower level addition, which will be accessed from the exterior of the structure. There'll be at-grade stairs down the side from Holly Drive to Brook Street along the south of the side of the structure, and another along the north side, which will lead to a new 469 square foot covered patio with outdoor kitchen and fireplace. And the stairs will continue down to Brook Street to a pedestrian gate. The project again does propose a detached ADU. It will be 606 square feet and 15 feet 6 inches tall, which conforms to the maximum 16-foot height limit for a detached ADU. Again, the ADU is not subject to design review. However, it does require a coastal development permit. A parking space is not required for the ADU. However, the owner is proposing one on-site parking space accessed from Brook Street. Code requires that an ADU utilize the same vehicular access that serves the primary building, unless the fire department and public works department find that the secondary access will not degrade existing safety and traffic concerns. No concerns were identified by the fire department or public works. The new vehicular access to streets or alleys is subject to design review. In addition, the property owner will be providing one public parking space on Brook Street. It will be partially on the subject property. The landscaping plans include a mixture of ground cover, shrubs, and trees. A total of 8 trees will be planted, including 3 strawberry trees at a 25 foot mature height, 4 pineapple guava trees at 10-foot height, and 1 New Zealand Christmas tree, which is identified to be maintained at 15 feet. Staff recommended that the strawberry trees be maintained at a maximum height of 15 feet and added the condition to the draft resolution. The applicant is requesting that the 15-foot height limit for the strawberry trees only be applicable to the 1 tree in the front yard shown on this slide, and that it be maintained at a height of 15 feet above the street level. And then they request that the remaining strawberry trees at the rear be allowed to up to the maximum height of 25 feet. A revocable encroachment permit is requested to construct and maintain walls, a gate, railing, and mailbox pilaster up to 4 feet high, as well as lighting and decorative paving in the public rights-of-way along both Holly Drive and Brook Street. Staff received 4 letters in support of the project and received 2 letters expressing concerns regarding the mass and scale of the project, the amount of decking, on-street parking, the revocable encroachment permit for decorative paving, neighborhood compatibility, the lighting, and permeable area. If the design review board feels that the project meets all the design criteria, staff recommends that you adopt Resolution 25-1724, approving design review 25-1724, coastal development permit 25-1725, and revocable encroachment permit 25-1726, and finding said action categorically exempt from CEQA sections 15301 and 15303. This concludes our presentation, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you, Heather. Any questions?
Where did you say the 25-foot trees are being planted? Is it the downhill side?
Yes, the downhill near Brooks, on either side of the pedestrian entry gate near the on-street parking, the public parking space.
And are they canopy trees by chance?
Yeah, the strawberry trees.
They're
Yes.
strawberry
Mhm.
trees.
Yeah.
Are those limited in your resolution to 15 feet or
Yeah,
25?
the resolution as drafted has all of the trees limited to 15 feet. So if you choose to in your motion, we could amend that condition.
And so there's one up in the road
One is up by the.
by Holly, and then,
Yeah, it's actually below the street level in the front entry area. So it where it's planted would be below street level. So the request is that the tree could be grown to 15 feet above street level.
okay, I get it. Any other questions? Open the public hearing. You applicant, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. DRB members, my name is Rob Williams. I'm with Studio 6 Architects. I'm here to represent the Blackmans. And again, Heather did a great job. The biggest focus on this, because of the type of lot it is and the steepness of it, is to protect the neighbors. So we've spent a lot of time, the clients been working on this for about 3 years to really figure out a way to get his house remodeled, but also protect the neighbors as far as views. So that's one of the things, if you notice from the house itself, the one neighbor to the south, we spent a lot of time protecting their view as far as how our decks went out. In the middle of their house, they have a kitchen. In that kitchen, they've got a bay window. And that is a critical view from that bay window to the ocean. So we did not, even though we put a garage in, we didn't, we went within 5 feet of the setback because we didn't want to move that upper wall because we knew that could be a concern from that view from the kitchen. So we also stepped back the decks and everything to protect that view. So that was critical to us as far as protecting that view from the middle of the house, which is the kitchen. And then we stepped the decks. Our decks are set up based on, they start out at the lowest, the middle one might be at 15 feet, but it steps back to 0. So again, protecting the view from the neighbor. Same with the upstairs. Even though the deck is higher than presently is today, we still made sure that we stepped everything to protect that view. And it was no different from them or the neighbor to the north or the neighbors across the street. It was critical to us to maintain the views that the neighbors enjoy. We would want that, and that's why we've done it for them as well. So true, we do have 2 new parking spaces at the top. It's more designed based on an age and place. So they can come in, pull in, they get access to their house. And then down below, access, we do provide a city parking space down off of Brooks. And we also have an additional parking space down there that is for the ADU. So we have essentially 2 parking spaces for the main house at the top and a garage, and then the ADU parking space in the back. So the decks on a project like this is really their yard. Even though, we don't have access directly to the yard from the house, we have steps going down the sides to get to them. But you walk off the bedrooms, you walk off the living rooms, the deck is their entertaining area. So even though we did protect the neighbors, and we feel we have, and we needed to also have enough deck space that they can entertain. But we were very conscious about it being, the way it works with the hillside guidelines, stepping it back, working with because the upper level, we lost square footage. The middle level, we gained square footage. So we kind of shifted it around this way and creating the deck in the house so it steps with the property as much as possible. That was critical to us. We met with all the neighbors several times. And then we also did a drone shot. We wanted to make sure that we weren't blocking views from the upper lots. And so with the poles and all that, we did a drone shots, and we protected the views. That was critical to us. And the architecture, of course, it's, a style more contemporary is what the clients want. But we were real sensitive to really kind of have it settle within the property, as well as the landscaping and obviously the ADU is not being reviewed, but it was the same concern that we wanted the ADU to be there as well. Other than that, we meet the lot coverage, we got the open space, we meet the greens, landscape designs. We meet everything because it was one of those things that it's kind of what we do. We want to make sure we protect our client and their needs, but also meet what the city's requiring. And so that's what we have. And so if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Any members of the public wish to speak on this? Please come up to the podium.
Hi, my name is Brooks Casterly, and I own the lot just above it. I came here to support it, and I'm prepared to do that. I do have one question about the 15-foot tree. That wasn't in any of the things we talked about. Do we have an image of the rendering with a 15-foot tall tree? That would be my only concern.
Yeah,
My guess is your concern is you don't want it exceeding the roof height.
The roof
Yeah.
height. Yeah.
It is
no,
also,
We're aware of that issue.
okay.
So
Yeah,
let
that
us
would be my
address-
only thing. I think it's a lovely project. They've gone to great lengths to not impede the view, but that was new news to me tonight. So I just want to make sure that isn't I just Googled it. I'd never heard of a strawberry tree, but it looks, it's pretty expansive, and I wouldn't want it to become a problem. So I'm sure we can figure that out.
All right,
but-
you made your comments. We're aware of the issue. In fact, I think.
I get 2 more minutes.
Oh, yeah, you keep talking. I'm not trying to get you over with, but on that issue, I don't want to.
Okay, I got it. Okay, all good. Thank
The
you.
comments directly to us.
Okay, sorry.
There you go. Any other comments?
That's it.
We're not going to let you go until that line.
Skittles.
All right. So anyone else wish to speak? Yeah, back to the applicant. Oh, come on up.
Good evening, everyone. I love your jacket, Louis. I live across the street on Brook Street. And I just wanted to say that I do feel that the size of this project is in keeping with our neighborhood. I know that some of the other neighbors that had mentioned that they felt like it was not in keeping with our cottage styles and maybe it was bigger in mass. We don't have a lot of cottage styles anymore. My house started that way, but now it's modern and a lot of modern homes are up and down our block. And I really do feel that they're going to be good stewards of Brook Street and that I would appreciate your consideration of their project because I think it's definitely in keeping with the evolution of what's going on in our neighborhood. Very nice, modern, but trying to preserve everyone's views and scale. Thank you.
Okay, real quick, where do you live directly across the street on Brooks?
31201.
Directly across?
Yes, I will have to look at this project.
Okay, I just wanted to know where.
And yes, I think that the story poles make it look more daunting from below, but the fact that it scales down the slope, like much of us have had to do with our construction, it becomes, it goes down. It goes down the slope and I just think it will be in keeping with what everyone's doing around the neighborhood. And they're great neighbors. So they've been very diligent about hearing everybody's voice.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak? All right, seeing none, go back to you. And if you could address whether you'd be willing to limit the height of that plant on the alley side to the roof line, that would be helpful.
Yeah, right now, of course, it's set up as, I think it's called on the plans as 25 feet. Staff's made it at 15 feet. And absolutely, we'd make sure it stays within the height limit so it does not go above the roof.
Thank you very much. Anything else?
No, unless you have anything else for me, I'm good.
Well, any questions from the board? All right, with that, I close the public hearing. Who wants to begin?
I'll give it a shot, Chair. I think this site is a massive lot, so I think the program is aptly proposed by the applicant. And I think that the addition of the street parking is great. I think there was some testimony concerns about the patio pavers and making it look more like street parking, maybe just something to deliberate about. I don't know if I'm overly concerned with that. I think it's, as long as there's signage, people will find their way to a free parking spot for the beach. I think it meets the design criteria. I don't have a mass and scale issue considering the vastness of this lot. I think it's appropriately scaled. Also considering the neighbor to the south. I'm appreciative of all of the design considerations, and I think they meet the design review criteria.
Louis?
Yeah, so I'm glad we took care of the tree's been noticed. The board doesn't, in these terraced streets, we don't like trees that go up over the roofs and block views for the remainder, but at the 15 feet, I think that's fine. I think I have two kind of challenges. One is with the right of way and one is kind of with the exterior facade. A lot of it's white. You've got some decorative stone up at the front, but for the most part, it's one consistent color throughout like probably 80 or 90% of the rest of the program. I think if it was broken up a little bit more in a few more pieces, it would help soften a few elements and maybe lighten some of it up. Giving it a little more articulation for the design. So I'd like to see a little bit more of that, but I think that's something we could talk through. As far as the right of way, especially on Brooks, I want to make sure that's just asphalt. And the reason why is because when we do the stamped concrete for replacing new construction, it really signifies to the public that's more of a private spot. And by leaving it asphalt, it makes it very well known that that's a public space. I also want to make sure that right away on the Brook Street that goes to the right of the house ties into the consistent lines of what the neighbor's house is. I want to make sure that we're trying to open up that space as best as possible. I think you've got the stairs that come down, that's all on your property line. That should all remain as you have it colored. But once it crosses into the right of way, it should go to asphalt and it should just be continued through. I think your neighbor has a few garden walls that are done with like railroad ties or something to that effect that you can abut that corner just fine right there at the property lines. But it needs to carry through so that that right-of-way width remains, their parking spaces have access, and then there's just more consistency to the opening of that. So that's and then on the Holly side, I think my only concern would be the permanent gates that you have coming out of your staircase. Those exceed the property line. I'd like to see those brought back to the property line. And those could be some red line changes that we adjust unless there's a drastic shift.
Real quick, what are you talking about? This going back to the garage?
The gate here exceeds the property line.
Oh, so you push it back.
Push it, it's like whatever, 2 or 3 feet that the gate starts at the top of the landing versus a few feet beyond the landing. It's just something that I try to keep an eye out for. The garage is close to the street, but it's in conformance. There are other homes as you go down Holly that have more of that. So yeah, if we could talk through a couple of the articulation concepts from the architect on that, on the siding to kind of soften some of it, especially looking up from the Brooks side, that would help. And I'm good to move forward with the project.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we can talk through some things. I can approve this project tonight. I think it's very well thought out. I concur with what Board Member Weil has to say about making sure that public parking space down the bottom it blends with the rest of the street. It doesn't look like it belongs to the property owner. And I commend you for adding a ADU parking space. Most people don't do it even when they can. And thank you for taking the opportunity with this huge lot. The lot coverage is within range. Landscape open space is adequate. The lighting, if we could make a condition of approval to minimize the lighting, because this area is very dark at night, and I don't want that hillside, as beautiful and glorious as it's going to be a beacon of light. So if we can minimize lighting to whatever is by code, that would be ideal. Otherwise, all the view equity, I think has been achieved. The landscape open space, landscape, the 25-foot trees, capping them off at 15 feet as Ms. Stevens already reiterated. And yeah, that's pretty much it. It's neighborhood compatible. I like the differentiation between the ADU and the main house, how you have the board and batten or whatever the wood is underneath the eyebrows. It's a nice touch. And yeah, that's pretty much all the comments that I have. Go ahead, Louis.
All right, thank you, board members. Yeah, I largely agree with Mr. Weil's comments. First of all, the access is, I think, improved overall. I appreciate the parking down on Brooks. I think it should be asphalt to reflect the road. I know why you did it because it has a design element and it makes it look really cool in the renderings, but it needs to match so that people know to park on it. I think that the mass and scale, I was concerned with mass and scale when I first saw it, particularly the amount of the decks. And I looked at other homes. This is an unusual lot. So you've got to kind of imagine what a lot that size would be in mass and scale. And if you look at the house next door, I guess kind of to the north, deck big, goes all the way to the street and has less mass and scale looking from Brooks. You got another big house right behind it. So I think it's definitely neighborhood compatible. My concern is the articulation. You know, the house itself, the main house is beautiful. It has articulation, but there's just too much white. And, you know, we like to avoid white because it stands out and it creates a larger mass and scale. I have trouble with that. You know, it almost looks like it's a mausoleum or something. I think it needs some articulation. I would love to approve the project. I think I have the same concern Mr. Wild did about wanting some articulation in there to kind of break up the white, including with the ADU on the top with what looks like a fairly large roof structure.
Chair, can I butt in there?
Sure.
Pertaining to the design articulation, do we consider the ADU as part of that portion, or are we?
Well, there's two aspects. One is it's not just the ADU, it's the railing, the deck, and all the retaining walls are all white and uniform. Second, with respect to the ADU itself, under the conditional use permit that is required on this project, we can consider visual compatibility. And I don't think there's any house that has that much whiteness that looks, you know, so unarticulated. So I think we are, but I don't think we're asking a lot. You know, if this can be done tonight, I would love to approve the project. So I'm happy to hear from the applicant as to what kind of things we can add as simple conditions to improve the articulation, because except for that, I think you've heard from all the board members, this is a beautifully designed project and appropriate for this neighborhood. So with that, I think we have at least 2 board members who are concerned about that. You need 3. What ideas can you present to us?
Well, real quick, you need to open the public hearing?
No, this is the question.
Okay, good. So regarding the ADU roof, the roof itself is a green roof. So the top of the ADU is all landscape.
Is it kind of parapet or?
It has a little bit of a curb around it because we're dealing with landscaping, but it is all landscaped. Now, you probably won't see it from the lower level, but you are going to see it when you're on the property. So it's got a complete different roof itself. But regarding the colors and all that, we could definitely work with the colors. One of the things is, you know, it doesn't have to be white. You know, maybe we can come up with a little bit different color for the ADU, because it is part of the project, even though it's nothing that is reviewable. But, you know, we said, okay, let's look at that being a little different color, a little darker. I'm not exactly sure if you want to change the materials, though. But it's the same thing with the house. You can actually work with different colors as you wrap around the structure. So you might have certain areas that may be more horizontal, that might be white, and then maybe you got some vertical that might be a little bit different color. So it kind of balances out and kind of settles the house. And then we can have the ADU itself be a little bit different color itself, so it settles even more. That way, if you look at it, there's several homes in the area, I don't know if you've driven around there, that are very contemporary, and several of them, to be honest with you, is when we walked around, we were kind of looking at the neighborhood, said, okay, what is kind of the general style around here? And there really isn't. But white is actually pretty prevalent all up and down Holly. I was kind of surprised how much white there are in the houses. So we looked at that as, well, that seems to be a color or something that was critical to when they approved those. And some of these are fairly new homes. So I said, okay, let's kind of throw some stone in. We've got the ADU, we're going to do a green roof on top of it. But if we want to tone down some of that.
Tongue and groove under the.
Yeah, we have the tongue and grooves.
So you can't see probably very well from the, they probably can't see that very well
Right.
from the images, but there's a good amount of.
No, you can see it.
Warm.
You can pull up the colored,
Yeah, I was going to pull up the colored elevations.
but I think you're understanding what we're talking about.
Yeah,
Because I mean,
100%.
you have a unique lot where it's very visible from a lower street looking
Right.
way up. And sometimes the color makes the structure look bigger than, you know, that mix. And
Correct.
I think you understand we're trying to soften that mass, not take away the mass, just
Right.
make it appear.
The colors themselves can soften it up,
Yeah.
whether it's maybe a material change, or, and again, we have the tongue and groove. If we change that color a little bit, and then we look at this.
Do you guys want to take maybe a minute and just review it internally and come up with something to propose
Yeah,
tonight?
I'd kind of
That's
like
fine.
to see it. I think you're on the right track for my concerns, which is vary the color and potentially bring in some other materials. and you could do it to the ADU and do it to the walls. I think the thing is just looking at it, it looks like, kind of like you're walking up to, the art museum or something.
Yeah.
And I think you'll come out with a more interesting product and better for the neighborhood too. Why don't?
I got an idea on
What
that.
do you got?
If we gave you direction to work with staff to make 20 to 30% alterations to the sidings and the color variables to make the house less attractive, can you work with that?
100%.
Okay.
Okay,
And then
and
from,
also, I'd like to, tone down the whiteness.
Yeah,
we
It's
get
too
that.
white,
Sure.
right?
I
Okay.
get that.
and
I understand the mission.
Heather,
I'm good with.
Heather, you can work on muting it down. As for the lighting, I am in the landscape lighting plan. There's a light on every stair going up the thing. I know it's a low watt one. Typically try to go to 1 per 4 steps, but
1 per 5 steps.
you do, okay.
I haven't-
It's hard to understand the counts. Like the rope lighting was a concern. There's a couple of the spotlights. I know they're a sharper cone, but the spotlights aren't part of the neighborhood good lighting program.
I have a backup slide for the lighting.
Okay. Or Heather, you want to walk us through maybe some ideas on that?
Can I just give you a summary of the lighting real quick?
Yep.
I think it is, I'd like to give a summary. There's 25 60-watt bulb lumen rated exterior lights that are on in total for the house and the ADU.
60.
That's a
No,
lot of light.
25, because there are a lot of doors. Did I say 60?
Well, 60 watt, that's
60
a
watt.
lot of wattage.
Well, it's the lumen rating of a 60-watt bulb. That's the exterior lighting, the actual lighting that's on the house. They're dark sky rated. All of the fixtures are dark sky rated for that. The other 96 of the other lighting are safety lighting for either the stairs or bump lighting. And those are also dark sky rated and very low lumen. And so
Are they in excess of the code per stair or per window
I
or
don't know the answer.
entry?
for the stairs.
It's a safety to have at least 1 step light per 5. Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the
We have like 270 feet of stairs required
Stairs on the.
for, by fire.
let me ask
If you could
Heather
remove.
a quick question real quick. Heather, you pulled up this lighting plan. If I'm following on
These are the landscape.
This-
lights. So,
right, this is the variable light selection, right?
oh, yes. Mhm.
So which of these yellow, orange and red ones, which ones, like I can't identify when I switch back.
Yeah, so the yellow are path lights, which are downward facing and mounted. Are they mounted to the wall or? to
That's
to
the
stack?
contemporary path light.
Yeah, the path lights. So
Okay.
those are the yellow path lights. Then those on the stairs are approximately every three or four stairs. I'm not sure, or maybe even more.
Okay.
And then the red are lights that are mounted to the wall. And the orange in the driveway are little bump lights.
I see those aura lights. Those are super.
Yeah, and then up by the front entry, there's some LED strip lights under a counter and a shelf for a barbecue there. And then the lighting in the backyard, again, the yellow are the downward directed path lights. The sort of lavender purple are lights in the trees that are downward directed. And then under the patio cover, there are 2 down lights and 3 lights that sort of are illuminating the fireplace and some shelving and
On the screen that's up right now, to the left of your purple arrow, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's orange, red dots on the south end that there's 3 lights back to back and then 4 lights back to back and then 2. Are those
And I'm
all
sorry,
those
in what
necessary?
area?
At the bottom, to the right,
Bottom?
these areas, this area, see all that lighting? 1, 2, 3, 4,
That's up
5, 6. Yeah, so in the upper level,
And it's behind.
this is the south side, yeah, behind the ADU, but on the main primary living space, there's the bright orange, reddish
Yeah, under the patio cover, there's 2 lights that would shine downward onto a potential, patio table and seating area.
Oh, those
And
are
then
from the
3 lights
stairs.
so they would be mounted under the trellis, the patio cover, and shine down onto the living area underneath it. And then 3 lights that shine towards the fireplace and that solid
Okay.
shelving.
All right.
Jess, I might have a proposed solution. What if we just set a 10% reduction while still maintaining code minimum? Would you be open to that?
I'm not sure I understand the problem. I mean, I kind of walked this through and every light seems appropriate. I mean,
Because
and
it's
particularly
gonna
the
look like a
ones
runway.
behind the ADU, no one can see.
Right, but it'll look like a runway from Brook Street or from the bottom street.
Yeah.
But fire stairwell?
Here's one way to approach it that we've done historically. I mean, it's been a long time since we've done this. Would all these be on one zone?
No. Not at
Or
all.
How many different zones would you put them on?
We have a lot on the house that will be only on if they open up a door or whatever. So a lot of those are going to be off.
Right.
And then the same thing with the step lights. The step lights will be set up on a zone as well.
Because I think what we want to try to do is like allow you to maybe turn them on to use it, have a timer of like 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours or something like that. But we don't want, what the neighborhood doesn't want is them to be on all night, continually glowing.
Right.
Because it's an appropriate, I think it's more of a, now that it's been more walked through, it's more of an appropriate locations for your lights, for the safety components, given the topography. But if they're all on all night long, it's a lot of lumens that's glowing throughout the house. And I think to break it up and or have, the stair lights be on a timer or on some switches that you can control instead of just constantly on every night type thing.
No, I agree. Yeah, we control
So
the.
are you
zones and all that.
talking about?
Yes, do you recall, it's been a really long time since we've,
Yeah, it's been a minute. So you're proposing that they be on a timer?
Are you talking just about the stair lights?
And can the
a
lumen?
timer or motion sensor, right? Or a combo of both.
There's too many critters for motion sensors,
That they go on all night, so.
and that's more disruptive.
They can be set up on a timer, astronomical clock type setup.
Okay.
So
How much time?
What's the lumen?
Well, I think it needs to be more of a manually pushed.
like if you don't need to, if you're not going down the stairs, you don't need the lights on.
Right.
But but there's a
If you're gonna
spot.
head down
where
the stairs, there's-
You're heading down the stairs, you hit a switch, you go
Yeah.
down, and then that stays on until, it could be set up as a timer too, because if you forget to turn them off, you went back upstairs and you're like, oh, forgot. It's set up as a timer, so they'll go off as well without you having to manually turn them off. And we can set up a time on that as well.
Can we also have it conditioned where those step lights are at the minimum lumens possible
By code,
by code?
they are, I think they're set up that way right now.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Awesome.
There's just a lot of stairs.
There's a lot of stairs.
And I
The
got
fire department
confused 'cause I was
required all the
seeing those, like,
stairs.
little
Yeah.
Black dots in the one plan and I was like, holy cow, there's one on every step.
Yep.
But think,
But another idea, and I just throw this out, I mean, the stairs that he's really going to use are the ones that are up from the middle of the property, not the side of the property.
Correct.
Do you need lights on the side of the property?
By code, we do.
you do,
Okay.
those, I think you're gonna need for the lighting, probably 3 different zones for timers.
Yeah, it could be as far as the landscape lighting, the steps and things like that. Obviously, there'll be other lights that are on, the patio cover area, the trellis, off the doors from the house. Those are going to be set up as, they would come on at a certain time and then go off at a certain time or point of use.
Yeah, and I'm more in favor of the point of use. I don't really like the idea of like
The lights coming on at 6 o'clock.
the constant timer.
Uh-huh.
Louis, why don't you make a proposal on it or, because I'm a little confused
So-
where you guys
So
are.
the outdoor living space to not have timers that automatically go on, they have to turn the lights on when they use them.
Yeah, in the kitchen area, that's got to be all manual.
So you can make that, maybe put it as a condition and,
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to work through. The stair lights, on the south side, those probably need to be more manual combo timer, like countdown timer.
the side yards, which you probably would never use that much, but they're set up as a timer, sure.
Manual and count, yeah.
Yeah, because you're gonna want like from Holly, you're gonna want those lights on because if somebody comes over, you don't know about it, they're gonna trip. So those can be on for a certain amount of time for guests to come in and out. And then, but other ones, like I said, down the sides, point of use as far as patios and things like that, those are turned on. Yeah, absolutely. We can put something like that
And
together.
at the street level down below too,
Right.
those lights.
I can't, because it's more it's
We're
more
talking
about,
about the gates.
they have a lot of space to cover. And the lights that they did select are actually pretty low wattage. It's more about that they don't all come on constantly. And so I'm just trying to work through it. Jess, like the front entryway coming down from Holly, that could be on more of a regular timer. Is this working?
yeah.
Is this working for you,
Yeah,
Jess?
absolutely. Both access points on, where people can come and go, the street down below and then
Yeah.
on Holly upstairs.
The access,
Yeah.
Like a 30-minute timer?
I think you got it,
no,
though.
Well,
those
no,
ones,
those lights should be on all the time.
those could be on like the access ones from like Holly and
Bro-
down low.
Those need to be on when the sun goes
Those
down.
could be on
Right.
with a
Right.
regular type timer type thing.
Correct.
It's more just the totality. We've got to break it up.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, there's no reason for the entire property to come on.
right.
So there's areas that we do need to because of safety, and there's areas that we can turn on and off based on the point of use.
I think we're,
I'm gonna phrase this. Because I think we're trying to isolate it too much. Heather, I think you're understanding what we're saying. I think we're gonna just try to condition it that you break it up into about 3 to 5 different zones and you work on the proposal.
details
to
and all
work
that.
with staff to show that minimalization and staff to confirm.
That'll work.
Does that does that
And-
work?
and that appropriate 30-second or 30-minute timers be used that are manually
Trying
started.
to make a motion though?
Okay, before you make, yes, before you make the motion, we have two things that they're going to go back and work with staff on. Say if there's not an agreement reached with staff, that it comes back before us.
Okay.
I'll move item number 5.6 at project location 31211 Holly Drive, that the board adopts resolution 25-1724, approving design review 25-1724, CDP 25-1725, and REP 25-1726. And the findings that actions category exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15301 and 15303, with the following conditions: that combination of the housing, the retaining walls, be softened,
The
articulated,
ADU housing.
and the exterior facades to be reduced, or combination of different materials or colors, 20 to 30% to be worked out with staff. And if not agreeable, it comes back to the board.
Just so it's clear, that's the ADU and all the walls
Walls
below the
and-
main house.
And the main structure.
And the what?
And the main structure.
The main structure is fine. It's not white.
They can work.
It's
work
already,
with staff.
it's already articulated. So no, I want to limit it to just the ADU and the walls.
Okay, the ADU and the walls.
Okay.
And then the lighting, the landscape lighting plans be reevaluated to be broken up to 3 to 5 different zones, combination of manual zones, timer zones, and manually timered zones to be reduce the total lumens constant in the backyard, to be worked out with staff and verified. And if not in agreement, it comes back to the board.
And then the asphalt and the.
And then
Brookside.
in the REP, okay, yeah, sorry, thank you. The REP zones on Brook Street, to be more compatible, rework to open that up, make it more asphalt end to end, aside from the electrical box.
Can I make one statement on that, if you don't mind?
Sure.
So, we worked with Public Works quite a bit on this, that we came in originally with pavers. And then they said, no pavers. And they said, asphalt, possibly, or stamped concrete. So we worked with Public Works pretty extensively on that, and they agreed that the stamped concrete would be adequate. So we're a little confused.
I disagree with Susan.
Yeah, the board's not going to agree with
It's
it.
got to,
As-
that's where I'm coming.
What if I keep the stamped concrete and I put public parking sign?
You can have the stamped concrete in front of the ADU parking
For the gate.
for
where
the gate
is.
to signify that space.
But the other one you
The
want
other
asphalt.
one needs to be asphalt, and then to bridge the other side to the right of your driveway needs to be asphalt in the right of way space. On your property line, the stamped concrete's fine.
Wait a minute.
And on your property
You're
line.
saying you're going to break it up with stamped concrete for part of the parking and then, because this is it. And then the public parking,
So they've got their driveway here.
right?
So they could stamp concrete that out to the asphalt. The rest of this needs to be asphalt.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Just the area that's in the.
Right.
In the area, yeah, in the right of way.
The public parking
Okay,
space.
that's fair.
And
Just as-
Heather, is that clear?
Yes, and asphalt in the public right of way does not require the revocable encroachment permit, so we can have
No,
the
that's what I thought.
REP revised before recordation to reflect that the, that'll be.
And then on
That works.
the other side, on the Holly side,
That's
the gate entrance needs to be
This is-
pulled back to the property line.
And
That helps.
the tree,
Oh, yeah.
Need-
Lastly,
yeah.
last condition is the landscape heights need to be memorialized per staff's condition that no trees should exceed the roof height.
On the Holly. side.
And as or mentioned by the heights to be maintained in the condition.
For clarification,
15 feet.
Haven't said it yet.
my understanding was the
Wait.
strawberry tree planted at the front, near the front entrance off Holly Street would be maintained no higher than the roof,
Right.
but that the other two strawberry trees down by Brook Street would not be limited, that they could.
They
go
up to
the criteria.
25 feet.
They won't.
But
exceed-
they need to cap at 15 feet.
Okay,
No,
so you do want.
25.
25 feet is going to be large.
Well, we didn't talk about that. I thought we said, okay, those can be 25 feet because they're down below. They're right here. Oops. These are them right there. And if they go 25 feet, they soften up the whole place.
You have the house to the south that could be problematic.
Yeah, let's just
I-
cap them at 15.
Cap-
All right,
ca-
15.
Cap all the.
Let's
all
get
right,
it done.
Let me
15.
rephrase that landscape one. Cap all of them at 15 feet and the ones, and none of them to exceed the roof height.
But no, the roof heights are relevant
Like
toward the.
roof height-
90 feet down below because of the roof height,
Right.
right? Yeah.
But those should be 15 feet from grade.
Got it.
Anything up higher on the lot
Right.
should not exceed the roof height.
Right.
Okay, I'm good.
I
with
second that motion.
it.
Wait,
I think
Heather, do you-
let's make sure we've got the conditions
Yeah.
all worked out.
Is that,
We just have one question, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
On that front gate off of Holly. You want that gate pushed to the property line?
pulled back to the property line, yes.
How's that going to work with our staff?
I don't feel it needs to be. We have gates all the time.
Yeah, because we have to get down pretty
Let me
quickly.
see if
Go ahead.
the other board members, how do you feel about it?
Okay, agreed. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not so concerned from the Holly side.
I remember looking at it and listening. I'm good with the way it is.
There's
now.
the utility box there, so that could probably be the reasonable exception.
Yeah,
Lucas
to me,
Beacon,
it's,
Yvonne?
it's just
Okay.
the gate.
I'll amend my motion to reconsider that the gate be left alone per the plans and not be reduced to the property line.
Okay, so that's eliminated as a
And
condition.
that's only because the electrical box. is
Because of the
there.
electrical box.
Electrical box
But in general.
saves the day. All right, is there any?
Otherwise, in case anybody's watching this, you would have to move
Okay,
it back to the property
Heather
line.
and Patrick and Bill, do you got the conditions? I think the conditions are straightforward, even though we threw in a lot of
Do we
words.
want to just redo them one time?
I think maybe we should go over the trees one more
Yeah.
time, just for staff spec.
Oh, over the what?
The tree, one
But
more time.
Can I
you
read-
state what you
Can I
got for the
read what
trees.
I have for the trees, just the strawberry trees shall be maintained at a maximum height of 15 feet from grade.
That's down below, except that the strawberry tree off, that none of the strawberry tree off of Holly can go no higher than the roof height, which may be less than 15 feet.
Okay.
And then no other trees can exceed the roof height of the main house. So, which is like
Which they
unlikely.
won't because they're. yeah,
It's like
no.
impossible.
I'd like to second the amended motion by Lewis.
Heather, you good with it? Or you have any further questions?
I think I'm good.
The strawberry tree at Holland to be 15 feet above the street grade?
No, it's the maximum height is the roof height of the garage.
Roof height, yeah.
All right, I think we got a good motion. Do we have a oh, you seconded it 3 times. All right.
He's ready to move on.
I think we've got a 7th. All right, call the roll.
Board Member Bauta,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon.
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Congratulations. It's a beautiful project.
turned out nice.
Congratulations on it. Yeah, there was just a few details. I'm glad we worked it out tonight. Now, the next project is 5.7 at 31565 Eagle Rock Way, Design Review 25-0407, Coastal Development Permit 25-0408. Applicant, please come up. And ex parte.
I visited the site, I spoke with the applicant and visited with the 2 neighbors to the east.
I had a site visit with John Craig. I spoke with Steve Coritani, met with Ken Snyder.
And I had a site inspection with John Craig. I met with Melinda Wren and Ken Schneider, who are neighbors, and I also talked to Steve Karakami by telephone. With that,
Wait, I gotta go. I spoke with Ken, Steve Cortani, Melinda, and met with John from the applicant team. Visited the site.
all right.
Oh, wait, didn't we get something from Larry?
We did get a letter. I
Yeah,
didn't speak.
I spoke with.
Wait a minute. I spoke to Larry too. I forgot I spoke to him.
I spoke to Larry and I spoke with Steve as well.
Yeah.
Was Larry? I did speak with Larry. I don't remember for which project. though.
Yeah, it was quick. He's back east, so
Yeah, I spoke with Larry Noakes as well.
Can't forget him.
can't forget him. All right, Heather, are you ready for this one? Oh, yeah, let her take the time. That was,
Thank you very much. So item 5.7 is located at 31565 Eagle Rock Way, near the intersection of Monterey Street. The project site is relatively flat and is vacant except for an existing 330 square foot storage building, some paved walkways, landscaping, and fencing. There's no development permits on record for this property, so it's unclear when the storage building was constructed. It's located right along the property line and will be demolished. The applicant is requesting design review to construct a new 2,976.7 square foot, 2-story, single-family dwelling with an attached 2-car garage, 465 square feet of elevated deck, grading, pool, spa, landscaping, hardscape, new vehicular access, and public street and sidewalk improvements in the village community zone. The proposed detached 297 square foot accessory dwelling unit does not require design review. However, it does require a coastal development permit. As viewed from the street, the upper level at the front elevation is stepped back from the ground level garage. On the south side, the walls of the garage and the lower level are offset from the wider upper level to create articulation. As viewed from the street, the upper level at the front elevation is stepped back from the ground level garage. On the south side, the walls of the garage and the lower level are offset from the wider upper levels. Sorry, just said that again, sorry. The exterior materials will differ on the upper and lower levels to provide interest and minimize the appearance of mass. The living area on the upper level is located toward the front of the structure with a flat roof over the rear area to maintain a lower profile. A 464 elevated deck with glass railings will be accessed from the main bedroom at the rear of the upper level. The rear portion of the structure will have a flat roof, which will extend over to the 297 square foot ADU, and the area between the structures, the roofed area, will create a 414 square foot covered patio at the rear. Access will be provided from Eagle Rock Way to the attached garage, and a 4-foot high gate is proposed across the driveway at the front property line. Proposed landscaping will include a mix of ground cover, shrubs, vines, and trees. 3 trees are proposed at the site, including 2 redbud trees, 1 on each side of the driveway, and 1 strawberry tree in the planter at the by the pool. All trees will have a mature height of 15 feet. A large pine tree in the public right-of-way will be removed to accommodate the proposed driveway. The pool and spa is 293 square feet and is proposed in the rear area, and required pool fencing and self-latching gates will be installed. In May of this year, the applicant installed staking poles for a different two-story dwelling design shown at the top of the slide. The proposed lower-level garage is shown with the blue hash lines. The area in red hash lines indicates the previous upper-level area. And the previous elevated deck and terrace extended over most of the flat roof. It was approximately 790 square feet and is highlighted in yellow with planters shown highlighted in green. And there was a stairway to access the deck and terrace from the backyard. Based on the concerns raised by neighbors, based on the staking, and regarding view equity and the size of the proposed deck, the applicant chose to redesign the project as shown on the bottom slide. The upper level was shifted towards the street by approximately 8 feet, as shown in the red hash lines. A portion of the upper level roof was changed from pitch to flat, and the current deck and terrace has been reduced by relocating the deck railing, and the stairway access to the deck has been eliminated. These modifications have reduced view impacts for the property to the north. Staff received 2 letters from neighbors expressing concern related to the mass and scale of the proposed structure, the building height, neighborhood compatibility, and view equity. If the board finds the project meets all design criteria and required findings, staff recommends the board adopt Resolution 25-0407, approving Design Review 25-0407 and Coastal Development Permit 25-0408, and findings said action categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA Guidelines 15303. This concludes the presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Heather. Good presentation. Any questions? All right, open the public hearing. Stan, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I am Stan Andrade, the architect for the project. Thank you, Heather, for all that she's done. She's been very supportive and helpful through the process. As she stated, we did have an original design. We needed to start somewhere, and we started with a placeholder that we thought we'd like to see. So we did the design, we did the staking just as a process really recommends. Went to see the project staked from the viewpoint of the neighbors and recognized right away that there was challenges, serious challenges. So we went back to the drawing board, did, as Heather suggested, several items to modify the plan to try to help the circumstance. We restaked it, went again out to see the neighbors, and I can see it was a great improvement, but I could see that there's still challenges. So I'm here to tell you tonight, I'm not here to defend what we have. I'm here to get feedback. I figured it was time to come here because we had actually put off the project for many months to do this redesign initially. Thought it would make sense to come here, get a first response from you so I could get the kind of the pulse of where you were thinking. So I'm looking forward to some great comments tonight. We know there's work to be done. We understand that there's still issues with all the major elements, mass and scale, view equity, all the elements that need to be addressed. And so we're just looking forward to all your comments tonight so we can have some clear direction, go back to the drawing board, come back next year, and hopefully have a project that is approvable. And I would say to the neighbors, I really am trying to find that right place. I've seen your letters. I'm sure the board has seen your letters. I think the most effective thing that can happen tonight with everyone's time is to just let the board comment to me what they really feel so that I can really get to work on this. And so please know that I'm really trying to work this out. And so with that, that's all I have to say, and I'm looking forward to the comments.
Stan, I appreciate your comments. Now I open up the members of the public who wish to speak. You will each have 3 minutes. How many people are going to speak?
Come on up.
Come on up.
Ken.
Ken, appreciate it. My name is Ken Snyder. I live at 31561 Eagle Rock Way, a couple houses up. And just give you I want to take my 3 minutes of time here. First of all, I encourage you all to vote no on it, obviously, because of some major things that have to be done. A quick timeline, just to reiterate, I know you guys got my letters. You came out. Thank you very much for seeing with your own eyes. It was good. You know, it all started before Stan, when, like the Wizard of Oz, one day I got a call and they were dropping a small house into the back of the property. I talked to Nicole Bouvet. She goes, that's not good. Put a stop order on it. They were doing landscaping fences just to set the pattern that it was not going good for about a year. When I found out from Nicole that she goes, hold on, it'll be a moot point after a year. They're going to put a plan to put the place in a building thing. So Eric, I think your assistant, nice kid, came out. We went through the stuff. Our neighbors all looked at it and said, look, here's the ocean, here's the horizon, here's where we live, a lot of the green stuff, everything's good. He goes, I appreciate it. So that all happened to get us to today. When the staking went up and the mass of the property covering the whole yard, the ADU, a pool, all glass, modern, doesn't even fit into the street with the trees. It was like a kick in the gut. I mean, I expected a plan, but nothing of this mass. So then I started looking at the staking posts, which you saw, which I know you guys see a lot of properties. So in 15 seconds, I'll show you what I did. This was the view. This is the view with the staking poles from our bedroom. You can see where the lines go. It not only blocks the ocean, it blocks part of the horizon and the sky, all different levels. It's crazy. I have another livable unit right off the kitchen. You look out, same thing. Forget the ocean, no sky. I'll leave these with you. This is from the kitchen, which is part of the living area. Same thing, massive height. And then the one part where Stan moved it over a little bit, I'm saying it's still probably a 75% blockage here. So I'm going to tell you that it's as bad as I could imagine. If you look at A202 on the plans, there's also 5 or 6 windows that can look directly into our living spaces. 203 on the other side is all glass. That's crazy. I repeat, no blue water, partial sky. Stan said he is a professional. I know he is. He said he's done hundreds of the units. I think he can
Your time's up. We've
figure
heard
out how to
everything.
do this.
Thank you. Your
Okay.
time's up.
My
No,
last
your
thing is,
time's up.
this is what I'll never see again.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Thanks for bringing in the photos.
You want me to leave them? I know you took them.
No, you,
Leave them on the desk if you want.
Can I get back?
Hey, you can take them tonight.
take them tonight. We're not going to look at them after tonight. And we've seen the pictures, I
know.
think.
Thank you, though. I'll use them for the adjustment, how we move.
All right. Who's the,
Thanks, Stan.
You guys have all seen me from my house. Thank you for coming out, by the way. So I'll start with this. The agenda of the Design Review Board is to maintain the village atmosphere in the city. I looked it up. It's on the website. I'm here tonight to urge you all to vote no on this design in this neighborhood. The proposed project is on a 35-foot wide lot sandwiched between 2 single-story homes. These particular homes have been owner-occupied for over 35 years. Not only will I use my Ocean and Catalina views when the trees are trimmed, the height of this planned monstrosity is such that I am unable to see the sky or palm trees from my inside windows. You guys saw that in my bedroom, correct? At my desk? Can you acknowledge that you can't see the sky out my windows?
again, it's your time.
Thank you.
We're not going to answer questions. Go ahead.
Developer of this lot will profit at the expense of us longtime owners who will see millions of dollars of decreased value in our properties. Many people have questions and comments about the story poles, but I am shocked by one of them saying, and I will tell you that I learned this term from tonight when they said, your house is going to mold. mold. And now I realize it's from lack of lighting, right? Because it's 25 feet high up against a single-story house. I believe I have proven this proposed design will not maintain the village atmosphere in our beloved city. Anything other than a no vote on this design in this neighborhood would be an egregious error. I urge each and every one of you to vote no on this design.
Thank you very much. If you could take your pictures or photos now. They're very good quality, by the way. All the big photos are very good quality.
Didn't realize all of you guys would come out. I appreciate you coming.
Okay, no, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Ann Foco. I'm at 31573 Eagle Rock, which is south of the property right next door. So we share the same property line. And
I think I know you.
you think?
I think so.
What a ridiculous coincidence.
It's been a while. How are you? Okay, go ahead.
We worked at the same law firm.
And we were, yeah.
And I was like, no, not him. Anyway, okay. So my notes, because I got 3 minutes, right?
Okay, start 3 minutes before the distraction, because I think she looked up and was distracted. So we'll start the 3 minutes over.
Okay, so anyway, I lived in my house since I was for 36 years. I raised both my kids, went through Laguna Beach High School, and I'm wasting so much of my time, but I really want to thank the community. We love Laguna. I mean, I want to cry because of what's going to happen to my home. But I'm telling you, like, both my kids graduated from UCLA, and my youngest just graduated from Berkeley Law School, God help her. And so, I mean, Laguna Beach has excellent school systems. We've loved living here. And maybe my time's just over, I don't know. But now to the point is privacy is mine for the biggest part. So I have a 10,000 square foot piece of property and a small 1950s home that I love that has windows and French doors all over the place. And this building is going 25 feet right next to my property with glass windows all the way across. And it's higher than my property, so it even feels more looming. So I guess my question is, I know something's gonna get built there, but like when you guys are worrying about these lights on the land, what do you think my backyard's gonna look like with the whole wall of lights on all night? Right now, I have palm trees, the canyon view, and the sky, and 2 German Shepherds. And we, and that's what we do. You know, I feel I don't want to be against development, actually do finance for construction loans. So I know a lot. So, but I also know about privacy and my neighbors who are going to be suffocated by this giant place. Anyway, I got to move to more, and this new deck that's going to be, I think pretty much they'll be living with me because it's 4 feet from my, I think it's within the setback too. Because as the staff report said and was reiterated tonight, the property line is this building that's gonna be demolished, which by the way has been there since 1989 when I moved in. I think it was there when, you know, that was all one property, right? All of that property was one. Mine was the cottage, guest cottage, the Spanish place. Anyway, so that's why it's weird, and there's weird buildings just kind of randomly placed like on my property line. But now the architect says that's not the property line. It's 1 foot in on my property, which would mean removing 36 years of trees, palm trees, ficus trees, would all be gone. So where is the property line? That would just be can we figure that out so I can find out, am I gonna lose every bit of privacy, even all my growth that have been my trees, my palm trees? That thing's probably like 1,700 years old. Oh.
And your time's up, but
Then we can worry about non-cooperation.
No,
later,
Ann,
the lies that were told.
you're done, but I have a question for you.
Okay.
Okay, I'm looking at the site or, the aerial. What parcel is yours? So is this parcel, the long one? Okay. Your one just closer to the beach.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments. Any other comments? Seeing none, it goes back to you, Stan. You got 3 minutes.
Thank you. And I hope it wasn't me you were referring to with lies. I hope that no one thinks I've been lying to you. Okay. I'm really trying to do the best I can in the position I'm in. So it's okay. So
Let's keep it to us,
yeah,
please.
I'm totally sympathetic to everything everyone's saying. Again, as I said earlier, just looking forward to some great comment. To that end, though, I would ask a couple things in the sense of comment. I totally get that every element needs to be addressed, and we're going to do that. Just so you know, with the civil engineer, we've done everything we can to get the ground level as low as possible. There's a crossfall, super difficult to even make the driveway work the way it is. So getting lower in the ground is going to be tough. We have 9-foot plates, 3-foot 12 pitch. I don't know how much lower we can get in that regard. I recognize already we need to eliminate program, move towards the street as much as possible. Definitely want to help with the view and the view equity, but I'm not sure we can get all of it. Like the master bedroom is way to the front of his property. So unless we have no 2-story, I just don't know if we can achieve that. So, but we'll try, obviously. So that was that. The master terrace, that's like a nothing thing. They could have 0 master terrace. That's not really an objective to this project. I was just trying to cover the roof of the program below, but that could be low roof, just flat roof there. The real outdoor entertaining area is the actual terrace, the ground level, where not the terrace elevated below. So just know that that's something that can even go away completely if we needed to. Glazing, I get it. The design style, I'm trying to not just do a cottage. I hope you can appreciate it's not trying to be too contemporary, too edgy, but just trying to find something that has some design sense to it other than a typical cottage. We can design a cottage. We can put wood siding and make it look real cottagey, but I thought maybe something a little more creative might work. But hey, we'll hear what you have to say on that as well. And yeah, that's about it. So I've got a pen, I got paper, I'm ready. Lay it on me. What you got?
Okay. Any questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So the windows above the garage, are those windows coverings? So they're permanent?
Yeah. So that's a design element. We've used it in another project. It really came out great. It's actually glazing behind, but it's a tight grate. They're 2.5 inches in between, and it's a fixed grate. So you can't even, you can barely see out of them.
It's like coarse architectural jewelry that sits in front of it.
Jewelry.
Yeah,
I like
you can call it that. I don't call it that, but ultimately it's a screen, and and that's what I'm envisioning there. The glazing that comes down the other side, it's a lot of it. I get it. It was just an idea, if you look at the renderings, to try to get something creative there. But if that's got to go, we'll figure it out.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, and I'm going to start on this one. My comments are going to be rather brief, but feel free to everyone to elaborate.
You brief.
Yeah, you're going to be shocked, I think. This is a really challenging piece of property. I didn't look at Ann Cloco's property, and this again goes out. If you want us to see it, you need to make a request so we can come by and see the impact. So it's difficult for us, but we did see the impact from Melinda Renz and Ken Snyder's. So a couple observations. First is it obviously is not neighbor compatible in our mass and scale. I walked up and down the street. I looked at the other homes. That said, what is neighborhood compatible is a 2-story house. In fact, Ken Snyder's house is 2-story, and there's plenty of others. So, we get this a lot to Ann Cloco and Melinda Wren. Single-story homes in 2-story neighborhoods, it's tough. Neighborhoods change, and it's kind of regrettably because I love, I live in North Laguna, and 2 stories are going in there, and there's a lot of 1-story beach cottages. So we have to look at neighborhood compatibility. We can't just say, okay, here's a house next to 2 single-story houses on either side. Therefore, notwithstanding other houses in the neighborhood have two-story, this one can't. So I think the mass and scale is way out of whack, but when you come back, a second story is perfectly acceptable, but it needs to be substantially scaled back. The mass on the second story exacerbates the other problems. So the big problems are privacy for Melinda Wren and view equity for Mr. Snyder. There's view equity considerations for Wren too, but she doesn't have a view of the ocean. So that's why I kind of look more view equity. Privacy, which I include light and air. You really need to open up her house. It's just not fair to totally block out her house and a big portion of her yard. That said, there's going to be a second story. I would push the program toward the street. That's, what I would do. But I really think it's important, Stan, that, I know you had some neighborhood discussion, but to what you, and I'll be candid, what you put up would have given me a very bad taste in my mouth if I was Melinda Wren, because you totally blocked out her property, making it, and I respect you for it, come in and say, I realize I got to change this in a major league way. And it's your complaints, Melinda, and it's your complaints, Ann and Ken, that led to those first comments. So I take them in good faith. I really want you to work with the three neighbors. I know Ann, long time, I've known her, when did we meet? In the early 90s for pizza? Very reasonable. Everyone's reasonable here. I've talked to both Ken, I think they're in kind of a state of shock. But you guys have to understand, I'll get to your view equity in a second. There's going to be impact on your light and air and privacy because he's entitled to a second story. View equity. It virtually takes all of his ocean view away from numerous ceremonial rooms. At the same time, it's view equity. It's not view preservation, which means his second story is going to impact your views because there's no other way to do it. But what's done is we look for equity. So what we want is balance. Balance on privacy, balance on view equity. In that connection, windows. Facing, I didn't know that your project was as much as issue as Melinda, but you got a real challenge with windows with Melinda because they look right into her, particularly the second story. It's an easy lot to develop if you're only going to do a single story. If you go to two stories, you've got some serious view equity, privacy, light and air, and windows. I think you can do it, but I think the best way to do it is to sit down and work with the neighbors. And neighbors, you need to understand there's going to be a second story there. So it's better to compromise with Stan. Stan, it's better to compromise with neighbors rather than having us decide. So those are my comments. I have a great deal of confidence that you guys should be able to do it. We worked with Stan. He's reasonable. You guys come up with a compromise that's not going to make anyone happy, but everyone can live with. Those are my comments. Louis?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments. I think you hit it on the head. I think there is a balance that needs to be had on both the view equity, but also the rights to build. I think, Stan, you got pretty clear marching orders on that. I would look to a substantial reduction on the upper half of the second, the second level. That would probably brighten it up quite a bit, and also moving the program a bit to the south. I think the reduction in window square footage is called for. I think there's a lot of windows on that ocean facing side. If there's a way to reduce it while also, preserving some privacy, I think that'll go a long way for the neighbor toward the west. Other than that, yeah, I agree with you, board.
I can go next, unless you want to go. Okay. So there was an application, I'm not going to say this is how you should design it, but one thing to consider, there's an application that came before us earlier today where they separated the mass, so it gave a neighbor a view down the middle. So I would look into considering putting the pool further back and maybe rotating the pool so you can get programmed down below for your first story and then minimize the second story. As far as view equity, I think you've done a great job. I didn't get to see the first rendering except for what was presented in the emails. But considering the current application, from my point of view, when I was in Ken's house, his primary living space and primary deck and the future deck that he's going to have maintains a full view of the ocean. As far as the bedroom goes, there's trees right now that are there that are going to be removed, and there's going to be a building there. I don't know that bringing the upper level program to the street side will mitigate the light and air situation or improve Ken's view. I like the articulation. If you bring that upper level forward, it's going to be heavy overload for the street. So I don't agree with moving the program forward. I think you have great articulation from the street. And the fact that you have the window coverings, the permanent window coverings, it protects I think the glazing is fine there. And then for the south elevation, yeah, the upper level, that's just way too much glass that's facing a buildable lot. It's easy to say that after Ann sells the property or the next owner is going to develop that lot as well. So to mitigate future privacy concerns, get rid of the glazing, minimize the glazing, privacy, yeah, oh, the back bedroom. So the upper level for the north elevation, that back window looks directly into Ken's bedroom, master bedroom. So if you can minimize that, kind of similar to what the window is to the left, where it's like that landscape style window. As far as massing, the appearance of massing, I think it can be corrected if you just add a little bit more material change, similar to what you have for the front portion of the upper level. And then, see. Yeah, so for the neighbor to the right, what elevation is that? The south elevation. It's a single-story home, and you have a lot of distance between your proposal and her house. I think it's enough. It's adequate. I don't know how else you can minimize that upper level because it's already indented in. The upper level is already indented to the left. I don't know how you would mitigate that other than creating somewhat of a U-turn or a U-shaped property where you have the entire, most of the lot, but keeping to the lot coverage equation, and then creating two upper levels where maybe you have like a pop-up at the street and then a pop-up in the back. I would maybe consider that. But as far as light and air for that neighbor, her house is so far the distance wise, I think it's fine from my point of view.
Jess, I would add that you probably convinced me not to bring the front of the home forward on the second level. So I would stick with that.
Okay, and those were my comments.
Louis?
Yeah, Stan, I appreciate your comments. For those that don't know Stan, he's, been a very good problem-solving architect over the years that I've known him and seen his projects. And so when he's saying he knows his lot's challenged, he means it. And the one thing that I would say is I would encourage you to invite him into your home. And let him come see your windows. Let him come work with him to help him see these things a little bit more directly. I am sharing my photos that I took to staff, so they will be in the files. As anything I do is public record anyway, but specifically I sent them to Heather. I think the front look of the house is very creative, but the creativity kind of stops and it gets a little bland as it carries on. I think you've heard a bunch from my colleagues and I agree with them. I really want to open up the creativity on this one. A second floor can be there. I like the idea of the multi pop-up that we kind of just saw from Lee Bell on a different one. Maybe orientation of the pool could be in different spots. I think shifting, and even though it is a narrow lot, trying to find some articulation as you move through the length of the lot, I think could help the overall program, and where the pop-ups are a little more specific and maybe some angles that work. Just plopping a big deck is probably not going to work. I don't mind the covered spaces, as I think that adds to privacy in the right spots. So there are some really good elements in your program. I just think you probably need to restart and go for some more creativity on how this really solves. But I'm open, is what I'm trying to convey, to see what you can really come up with, because I think a beautiful balanced home, it could be achieved by you and for this neighborhood. It's challenging because the neighborhood is an older stretch. A lot of single level homes, or even this vacant lot that's been left alone for so long. I'm not married to cottage, but I think there does need to be like some sensitivity to the shape and the characteristics that come to light to create these balances of view, light and air, and overall mass for the program. I'm glad you didn't bring us the first program and you pulled that back, but I think this was just a pullback from what was a good concept originally. But I think a fresh concept really could be admired by the board and by the neighborhood. So I encourage everyone to just work together. Usually that drives the best outcome. And thanks for sitting here and putting the first post in the ground.
Not a problem. And by the way, the neighbors have been great. They've invited me into their home and so forth. So
Okay.
Good.
First of all, any other comments? All right, I'm going to conclude, unless, of course, somebody wants to comment on what I said. Normally, what I do is kind of summarize where the consensus is, but I'm not going to do that here. I echo what Louis just said. You know the concerns we have. I think there is common concerns. Too much mass and scale, impacts on light and air, and, concern over view equity. Maybe there's some disagreement on the board. But it requires, a lot more thought into coming up with a concept that works here. And I think works means including working with neighbors. That doesn't mean neighbors you have veto, but, there is a really cool house to be built here. I think the key element is reducing the upper level, coming up with something creative. You can go more program in the lower level. We talked about moving the pool, switching it. I would focus on those things, and hopefully you can come together with a good project that everyone can get behind and we can get approved.
that's the goal.
Okay, how much time do you need on the continuous?
It's a bunch. I think like
You
something.
want us to put,
something-
to be, table it to be, or just to continue it to a date uncertain?
Actually, I thought about this based on a calendar situation I have. It's a personal thing, but March? Is there a date in March?
I have no problem. You
Yeah.
want to, Bill, you want to give us a date?
I'd rather set a date and it would be great. So I don't know what meetings you have in March, but
March, we're looking at the 12th or the 26th.
I'm really busy on the 13th, not the 12th.
I'll 12th's my birthday, so I'll take the 26th.
Okay.
Celebrate with us?
No, I
Bring a
probably
party,
have
Captain.
something else going on, but no, March 26th is great. That's plenty of time. We get through the holidays and,
All right.
Okay.
We'll
Okay.
bring the party jacket.
no.
All right. So good luck to you. Good luck to everybody.
Are we set then, March 26th?
No, hang on.
Hold on, we got to.
Hang on. Chair, we need a motion in a second.
Item number
What do you say? Hold on a second.
5.7 at 31565 Eagle Rock Way to be continued to March 26th, 2026.
I'll second that.
No,
Call the roll.
I'm sorry. Is there a change of the board coming?
Not till April.
Not till April.
Okay, great, because I'd love to see you all. Perfect.
March 26th will be the last meeting of this board.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
That'll be great. Thank you.
Call the roll?
Is
Board
that second?
Member Bauta,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
You sure did, yep.
Thank you all. Have a great holiday.
Yeah. And nice seeing you, Ann.
Conrad.
Thank you. Great.
All right, the next one.
Chair, can we do expedited for this one?
Can we do, let me call it, and then this is on Vista del Sol. Yeah, you guys good with expedited on it? Okay. Hey, quiet, please, quiet. Talk outside. Okay, this is 5.8, 22 Vista del Sol. Design review 25-1514, variance 25-0060, ex parte.
Oh, I didn't give you that stat.
Chair, I had a site visit and spoke with Jim Conrad.
I did a site visit, met with Jim's Conrad and the applicants.
Evaluated the site and spoke with Jim Conrad.
I also visited the site and spoke with the applicant team. So with that, Daniel, you're up.
All right, expedited, so very quick. Okay, so Vista del Sol is demoing the existing house and constructing a new single-family home. Here are some renderings. There are 3 variances requested. These are them. And the recommendation is that if the board can make the variance findings, then direct staff to prepare a resolution to approve the proposed project.
Any questions?
And then I also want to add that 3 Arch Bay approved the project and neighbors are in full support, according to the letter that came in.
Yep. Open the public hearing. Applicant, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening. Have my PowerPoint there, Daniel?
Yes, I'm
Great.
working on that.
Thank you. I'll start while he's pulling it up. So we worked with 3 Arch Bay. We had 3 hearings. 3 hearings, is it? Yeah. 3 hearings. Before we had any hearings, we met with all the neighbors, put up some preliminary story polls, and made sure we were going to be respecting everybody's views. So we have full support from all of our neighbors and ultimately from the 3 Arch Bay Architectural Committee. The style of the home is kind of a Mediterranean coastal contemporary style. We've used different materials, light colors of stucco and stone. This gives you a look of the inside of the house, just kind of get a general look and feel of the house. Next slide, please. This is looking from down below from Vista de San Clemente. I wanted to just demonstrate, as you saw the staking, that we're fitting the pattern of development for the neighborhood. Next slide. The existing house did not follow the hillside guidelines, so the house we're proposing does. It steps back at each level as it goes up, as the red line shows there. Next slide. This shows the existing house outlined in the red and the hatching. You can see it's very vertical and it actually goes in rather than out on the bottom. And you can see that we've stepped the house back and kind of opened up some neighboring homes' views. Next slide. This is the view from the neighbor to the north. Diana, she's here tonight to speak on the project, and she was happy that we're going to kind of open up her view to the looking to the south. Next slide. This shows the house actually in front of Diana's home. It's a beautiful contemporary home next door, and you can see the red sections or areas of the existing home that are a little higher than what we're proposing. Next slide. The first slide here, this shows the height variance we need. Because the height is measured from the lowest finished floor, even if it's subterranean, the yellow line above is projecting up. It shows that the house is slightly above the allowable building height, but I think we've shown in the staking that we're following the pattern of development. Next slide, please. Also, I wanted to point out that the house next door, number 20 Vista del Sol, has a very similar layout, 3 levels, ADU on the bottom, and a pool, and they were granted a variance in a similar condition in 2022. Next slide, please. The rear property line actually is the front. It's just the way that the planning staff decided that the front should be on Vista de San Clemente, even though all the homes are accessing from Vista del Sol. So because of that, we have a 25-foot setback, and our garage and a little portion of the house is into the rear setback. Next slide, please. This shows what we did is we showed the setback for all the homes along Vista del Sol, and you'll see that every one of them projects into the rear setback, and also the garage, as we're proposing it now, is set back a foot more than the existing garage. Next slide. The last variance and guideline violation have to do with lot coverage and FAR. And so we show that there are two homes nearby at 26 Vista del Sol and at 12 Vista de San Clemente that were granted variances in the 80s and both in the 80s, 83 and 89 for excessive FAR and lot coverage. Next slide, please. During our last hearing, in order to gain the support from the neighbor to the south, David Hearn, we agreed to add some silver sheen landscaping to put some privacy between his pool and our pool, and then also some silver sheens on the bottom of the property, so the homes on Vista de San Clemente looking up, they won't see our pool or decking, kind of give a little separation. I think we made the findings necessary for you to grant the variances, and we ask you to approve the project tonight.
Thank you. Any members of the public wish to speak? You have 3 minutes.
Diana Tatusian, I live next door at 24 Vista del Sol. I didn't sign in because I don't have any problems with the design or the house. I'm looking forward to the house going up, and I'm glad they're going to cut the wall down on the east side.
Yes.
Yes. And I think it fits in the neighborhood. Our street has become quite contemporary, and it's a very nice elevation, and I'm happy about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and you deserve some Skittles after that presentation. Okay, next person, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Trey Dewey. I live at 18 Vista del Sol, and the Burlingame family has been very gracious, inviting all the neighbors to review the project, and just want to stand up here and say we fully support the project, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next.
Wow, you guys have a fan club.
Hi, my name is Craig Ballard. I am a neighbor in the Three Arch Bay community. I live below this fine family. And I just wanted to come tonight. First, thank you all for all your time that you spend here. As a community member, thank you. This is wildly important, and we understand you give a lot of your time to this. I watched as they went through the Three Arch Bay very long and very arduous and very detailed process before a committee similar to yours and got full approval for this project. And I, as a neighbor, also support the project. I think it's a beautiful project, well designed, fits the lot very well. And I live below, so I'll be looking up at the project, but just wanted to show my support tonight for the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you much. Next.
Hey, Cedric Channels. I live at 36 Vista de Catalina. My wife and I have walked the property and got to know Seamus and his family, and we fully support this project. Thank you.
Thank you much. All right, I imagine you're going to have a very full reply to all these comments. You have 3 minutes.
I don't think I need to say anything else. Thank you. Thanks everybody for coming and testifying. Appreciate the support.
All right, it's really nice to hear support from neighbors. We always hear opposition. So with that said, any questions? Close the public hearing. Who wants to begin?
I can go. I think the project's very unique. As we get into the upper Three Arch Bay, the homes take a different shape and size, and this follows that pattern very well. The creativity is throughout the entire project. The articulation, everything is design review compatible with the project. As far as the variances involved, I can support the findings that have been presented to us tonight. It's well within the pattern of development. So yeah, I can support the project.
Eber?
I agree with Louis. I can echo everything he said. I get to support the project tonight.
And I3 can support the project. I can concur with each of the variance findings, and it's neighborhood compatible. It meets all the design review criteria. And yeah, I concur with my colleagues.
Okay, and so I'll make it unanimous. I look for special circumstances when it comes to the variance, which the FAR is, I think, not a variance. It's just a finding by us. But yeah, definitely, we always, I think virtually in all cases where you increase floor area by going down, you run into a height issue, and a variance is totally appropriate. On the floor area, I appreciate you finding something. I needed to find that some other houses went that much above what you were, those requirements are set for a reason. So the houses do not get too big within a community. But clearly on the slope up on, Three Arch Bay Heights there, there's a lot of big homes. And I'm not surprised you found more than one example. So I think that the grounds for approving the excess building site coverage and allowable floor area is to maintain the established neighborhood development pattern. You clearly fall within that. I can fully, and then the rear yard setback, I think your letter, makes the compelling case for that. And the fact that numerous others, it's kind of odd to have a rear yard on the front of the house, but so be it. Okay, with that, do we have a motion?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to prepare a resolution to approve the proposed single-family home and accessory dwelling unit located at 22 North Vista del Sol and find said action categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15303. Otherwise provide, section 15303 at a continuance of November 6th.
I'll second that.
Call the roll.
Board Member Bauta,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes, congratulations.
Motion passes 4-0.
Excellent project.
Jim, did you follow that?
Sorry?
Did you
And-
follow that?
So yes, it's going to come back on consent. Yeah.
All right, we just go ahead, finish the last one? Everyone good? Okay, this is 5.9. This is 852 Diamond Street, concept review 2025-1106. Applicant, please come to the front. Yes. Okay, ex parte, please.
Chair, I had a site visit, met with Andra Miller, Nate Brooks, and the property owner next door, Katrina, and spoke with Matt Lawson.
I did the same thing, and I also spoke with the applicant.
Same.
And let's see, I spoke to the applicant, Matt Lawson, by telephone. I met Nate Brooks and Katrina at their house, and I also I met Karina Hillier and Tracy Brennan in front of their house. With that, Mr. Khan, you're up.
Thank you, Chair. Hello again. Item 5.9 is concept review 25-1106 for a proposed ADU located within the Diamond Crestview specific plan area, including new vehicular access, grading exceeding 20 cubic yards outside the building footprint, elevated decks, and variances to exceed the maximum permitted height for a detached ADU, to construct a graded fill terrace and an exterior staircase that exceed 3 feet above natural grade within the required setbacks, to provide a substandard required ADU parking space, and for retaining walls that exceed 5 feet in exposed height within the Diamond Crestview specific plan. An REP is also requested for improvements within the public right-of-way. Property is located within the Diamond Crestview specific plan area at 852 Diamond Street and is currently improved with a single-family residence at the lower portion of the lot. Site constraints include steep topography and a drainage watercourse. The ADU is proposed at the north side of the lot fronting Upper Diamond Street. New vehicular access from Upper Diamond Street would lead to a parking pad supported by retaining walls shown in yellow, approximately 40 cubic yards of fill. The new driveway shown in gray would extend into the public right-of-way to accommodate a substandard parking space. The Project also includes a 3-foot high segment of a retaining wall within the public right-of-way to support the new parking pad, requiring a revocable encroachment permit. Exterior stairs along the west side yard, shown in green, provide access to the ADU, and 2 elevated decks are proposed, one on each level. The applicant is requesting multiple variances. Here, the east elevation demonstrates how the variances are being triggered. Variance from Municipal Code Section 25.50.008C, which permits projections into required yards of uncovered porches, patios, terraces, or stairs extending no more than 3 feet above the natural grade and up to 6 feet into a required yard, but to remain at least 3 feet from an interior side lot line. The proposed 9-foot height retaining wall supporting the parking pad extends into the front yard beyond the 6-foot limit and is located within 3 feet of the east interior lot line. And then Diamond Crest View Specific Plan, Section 4H, which limits the exposed height of retaining walls in cut or fill conditions to 5 feet. The proposed retaining wall exceeds the 5-foot limit exposed height. Exterior stairs providing access to the ADU at the west elevation also project beyond the 6-foot limit and are higher than 3 feet from natural grade and are located within 3 feet of the interior lot line. The project also seeks relief from Municipal Code Section 2517.040D4A, which is part of the ADU ordinance, which limits height for detached ADUs to 16 feet. The proposed ADU has a height of 27.5 feet, exceeding the standard by 11.5 feet. The additional height results from the steep topography of the site, which requires retaining walls and elevated structural foundations to accommodate the grade differential. Lastly, the project seeks a variance approval to not provide a standard required parking for the proposed ADU per Municipal Code Section 2517.040E6B. The proposed ADU is not located within 1/2 mile of public transit and therefore is not exempt from on-site parking requirements. 1 parking space is required for the ADU. However, the applicant proposes a parking space that extends partially into the public right-of-way. Although the space meets standard dimensions, 8 feet and 8 inches by 18 feet, it is considered substandard due to its encroachment. The space extends to the edge of pavement, and that's how it's designed. In conclusion, the project in a nutshell requires a coastal development permit for the ADU. It requires an REP for the wall supporting the driveway pad and 4 variances. And then staff recommends that the board accept testimony from the applicant and interested members of the public and provide feedback regarding aspects of a potential project located at 852 Diamond Street. Staff has received correspondence from members of the public in opposition to the project. This concludes staff's report, and I am available for questions. Thank you.
All right. Excuse me. Thank you very much. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, I open the public hearing. Applicant, you're up, 5 minutes.
Okay, Jeff Eastman. I'm the designer on the project and the owner of the property. And staff report was very thorough. I mean, did 14 pages there. I don't really have a whole lot more to add other than there was 2 things that I wanted to bring up. He noted on here that the square footage of the main residence was 1,920 square feet. It's really only 1,620 square feet. So that is an ADU that I'm proposing to get approved, but the home itself was only 1,620 square feet. And then the other item that I'd like to bring up that staff did not bring up is that I'm dealing with a hardship over there. I have an unusual site condition. My front property is only 20 feet wide. It's not like the adjacent neighbors where they got 40 feet or 50 feet or even bigger than that in that whole Diamond Crestview area. I don't know. I think I'm the only lot there in Diamond Crestview area that I have a 20-foot frontage, and I'm sandwiched between 2 houses. One on the south side, 850, is 5,000 square feet, and then the house adjacent the other side at 856 is 3,000 square feet. So they're big houses, and I'm just proposing 1,000 square foot house in between, which would be the best solution for the situation. I originally started when I designed the project, because that was the preferred access for the main residence. And I proposed to put a home right there in between, and I had it all ready to go with no variances and everything. It all met all of the criteria, except City Council pushed me on to the other side. And so, because I had one of the major litigants at 856 that objected to the property. So it has a long history, the property. I was there before both neighbors on the adjacent sides. I've been messing with it for over 20 years. So that's just a little brief history. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, we're going to have the public speak. First of all, before you stand up, how many of you intend to speak? Raise your hand, please, so I can see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're going to go 2 minutes apiece. Believe me, we've seen it, we've read it. So 2 minutes, keep it to the most significant points you want us to hear verbally. And also, before you begin, state your name and if you like your property so we get a good idea. What? Yeah. And everybody, if you, yeah, I don't want like to wait for people to stand up. So everyone come over.
Stay there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you stay there. So everybody come over here. You can wait in line, but let's not have breaks while people kind of mosey on up. All right, you may begin. 2 minutes each.
Hi, my name's Katrina Brooks from 850 Diamond. The proposed attached ADU is 27.5 feet high. Detached ADU code maximum height is 16 feet high. It's 11.5 feet above code. The proposal has no driveway or garage and per code needs a 3-foot setback. The living area is at street level, which protrudes way too far out, well beyond every house on our street at this level, not following the contour of the land or string lines, which blocks our ocean views and takes away our light. Every house has a garage, then goes down to living. There are windows looking down with direct line of sight into our home, which is against ADU code as well, allowing us no privacy plus from elevated decks. The applicant only has a topo survey that takes 1 foot of our surveyed land. It shows on the submitted plans our property line is on the edge of our stairs. This is not correct, as we have an additional 1 foot beyond that. A parking pad is within the 4-foot setback on our side, abutting our property line. The lot is too narrow for parking, and this creates a tunnel-like effect going into our house. We request code setbacks are adhered to. We oppose to these 4 variances, plus windows on our side. We request a survey as property lines are in dispute. The applicant was denied building on this lot and was instructed to build a home on the lower side of Diamond multiple times.
That means you have
Pie-shaped lot is very narrow and is set on a narrow street with a blind corner bend. The street has very little parking and is in a high fire danger zone. You can't access this lot from the home on the other side of the canyon. The current proposal has attached ADU heights, not detached ADU code heights. It's also requiring overheight variance with the parking structure, entry, and no parking too. Every home should
your 2 minutes is up. Thank you. So everybody knows when the yellow light comes on, that means you have 30 more seconds. Next, please.
Nate Brooks, 850 Diamond Street. I want to thank you all for coming to see our project or his project from our house, because you can really truly see the impact. It is really ridiculous. This is an ADU, not a house. He's even calling it a house. Larry Noakes, unfortunately, couldn't be here tonight, but I believe he spoke with all of you, and you've seen his letter. The height is way too high, and not only blocks ocean views from our living, kitchen, and dining room, but also blocks all the natural light, sky, and airflow. You can see that when you were there. The way to solve this problem, there's no reason to have a variance, just to have a driveway into a garage with the living area starting underneath the garage and following the contour of the hillside like every other house in the home in the neighborhood. The second variance is due to the retaining wall projecting into the required setbacks. Any structure must be at least 3 feet from the interior side lot if it's above 3 feet tall. This is a retaining wall is 9 feet to support the parking structure. It does not meet the requirements, creating a tunnel-like ocean effect along the side of our ocean side of our house. Driveway into a garage would eliminate this need for this variance.
Furthermore, as my wife mentioned, we provided copies of 2 different surveys that both show our property line is 4 feet from our house. The applicant's topographic survey incorrectly shows that the property line is adjacent to our stairs. The parking structure therefore encroaches onto our land where existing sewer extraction lines are and our gas meter. We request the applicant to get a boundary survey and honor the setbacks. On-site parking and retaining walls, wall height are the other 2 unnecessary variances that create substantial view impacts for our property. They can be eliminated with a conforming ADU. Additional issues not mentioned in the staff report is the maximum square footage for a 1-bedroom ADU is 850 square feet. This is a 1-bedroom ADU. The project is 987 square feet. So if it's a 2-bedroom ADU, then it can go up to 1,000 feet. Laguna Beach Code also mentions that no ADU may have direct line of sight through any adjoining residential property windows. This proposed project has windows and elevated decks that look directly into our home. Hopefully, we won't be coming back here in a couple of weeks or a couple of months or 6 months from now. Hopefully, the applicant will just come up with a design that conforms to ADU law. Thank you.
Very much. Next.
Name is Todd Blonshine. I live at 881 Diamond Street, down the street. My big concern is this section of Diamond is separated from the rest of Diamond. If you've been there, there's basically a area that is private property that you have to walk through gates. And so we have 11 houses in this particular area, and there's just no parking. There's other construction projects going on right now. There's 3 marked parking spaces on the entire street for the 11 houses, which is, in my opinion, not enough. Everybody's got a 2, 3, 4 car garage or a carport on the street. It's next to a, between a $5 and a $10 million house, and he's got like 15 feet of space. He wants to build something. And I don't see how you can park there, how you can do it without some of the things that were previously mentioned. There's now 3 people, I think, that have their houses for sale on the street because of all the construction that's going on. There's development. I own some additional lots over there too, and I'm not planning to do anything with them right now, but that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, board members. Tim Simpson here. I live at 748 Diamond Street, east side, just to the east of his lower house. So first, the history here. This lot, he tried to build on from between 2004 and 2007. There were 13 public hearings before the Design Review Board. I don't think any of you were on it and had to suffer through that. And during that period, the project was rejected 4 times as fundamentally incompatible with the Diamond Crestview specific plan. Those denials were upheld 3 times by the city council. And, like the Talking Head song, same as it ever was, we're back in the same place. He's pushing this house up between, cramming this house between 2 homes. And it's just not compatible. It's going to destroy views of walking. And one of the concerns that I had in the staff report that I read for the first time this morning, it says the ADU may create a substantial visual impact from public viewpoints along Diamond Street. Then it goes on to say, given that Diamond Street lacks sidewalks, experiences limited pedestrian activity, and is not near, it goes on. But believe me, there's a ton of pedestrian traffic on this street. You can't walk on Summit. So pedestrians, we have a ton of people walking in front of our homes because it's a corridor. One last thing, the emails that were sent by Jeff are telling. And just earlier this week, he's saying that Upper Diamond is a dead-end street, bro. We have the right to close the street and do shoring and extensive excavation. The street is 12 feet wide. He's saying that it can't be built. You can't do anything lower. You can build lower. It's just going to be more expensive. There's a house being built.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
I'm Ann Summers. I live at 852 Diamond. 851 Diamond, which is across the street from this. And I was around when this went around the first time. So I know, and nothing's changed. The lot isn't any bigger than it was before. And there's still no room for another house. And besides that, talk about walking, my street tons of people walk Diamond Street. And we enjoy the views when we can see them. But if it's like a wall all the way around, they won't be that good. But I would encourage you to nix the whole program.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
How you doing? I had the pleasure of meeting you yesterday, I believe.
Yeah, I did meet this gentleman. I'm not sure I said it
Thank you.
in,
No worries.
but what's your name? State
Luke
your name.
Rennerneck, sorry. I'm at 856 Diamond Street.
Yeah, so I met him for the
just-
record. and
I'm directly to the right if you're facing the ocean. You know, for me, it's safety first. It's parking situation. We're already getting blocked by the current construction. You know, there's the dead end was in. My neighbor's wife couldn't even get by the other day. I had to offer my own driveway just so she could get her kids home and for lunch or whatever. I don't know what the heck's going on. But, you know, outside of that, I'm going to speak plainly. I don't have the codes. I didn't get a lawyer. Not ready to get a lawyer yet. Okay. But this is an architect trying to make a quick buck. This is not anything conducive to anything built in Laguna. I see the new constructions around town. They're amazing. This is not amazing. This is nothing close to amazing. He should be trying to uplift the neighborhood. Every architect that's been here tonight has communicated to every neighbor about doing something good for the neighborhood. This guy has made no attempt to do that. And when he staked, he blocked my driveway the whole time. And it wasn't like, hey, can I, you know, park here while I stake the neighborhood? There was nothing like that. So I'm expecting 2 more years or whatever it takes him long to build this structure, same type of attitude. So if he wants to get this project done at some point in his lifetime, he should talk to his neighbors and he should start with the Brookses and get their approval first, create something beautiful, not just some machine shed in the sky, whatever he's making. So that's my points.
Thank you much. Next speaker.
Andrea Miller, I'm 860 Diamond. The benefit and the beauty of this whole night is that we went over to the lumberyard and we were able to have dinner together as neighbors. It was amazing. So really, this is a good thing. However, I do feel like I'm being punked right now. I'm waiting for Ashton Kutcher to jump from behind the desk that he is even proposing such a ridiculous idea. I mean, it's crazy. Talk about hardship. Are you kidding me? The hardship that it will put on our neighborhood for him to build this is like ridiculous. I mean, so I think we need to define what hardship is in this neighborhood. This is going to be an eyesore. It's going to be horrible for the neighborhood. It's going to be horrible for safety. It's going to be horrible if there's a fire. The whole thing's ridiculous. I think we should all go over to the lumberyard and have another beer. That's all I have to say.
Next.
All right, appreciate everybody's time. My name is David Collins. I live at 862 Diamond, so I'm 3 homes down from the proposed project. I have a 5,100 square foot home, and my concerns are height and parking. There's no on-site parking for this project, but also just the fact we only have a less than 20-foot wide street. So you already can't pass each other when you're going in and out of the neighborhood. So we had some fires a few months back. I flew back from North Carolina. My wife was trying to get out. A couple days ago, I was stuck between a tree trimmer and something else. So I'm sitting there waiting for the tree trim guy to back up so that I could pull out. And I'm just thinking, how does a fire engine or something get into our street and how do we get out? So just some real concerns with ingress and egress for sure. So, and safety. So, and we all have some beautiful homes there. So we'd like to keep it that way. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Good evening. I'm Dr. Tracy Brennan. I'm at 787 Diamond Street. My house was built in 1927. I've lived in Diamond Crest Room for 40 years. I've been to all of their reviews. and the concept reviews and have met numerous people who have taken the time to come out to talk with us. It's not unusual that we would have lot line issues there. Many of the people got their lots because they pulled the ticket out of a cereal box, and that's how they got it to start with, okay? So it's not unusual. Plus, the lot lines were done in 1910s, 1920s, 1930s. Equipment was different, not as specific. We have lot line problems right now, forgetting anything regarding the structure. So if we don't know if the lot line is correct, that problem needs to be addressed before anything occurs. Secondly, that means that I can't trust the story poles because I don't know if they're in the right location. And we're dependent on the story poles to send us the story as to what's going to be written. I helped to write the Diamond Crest View specific plan. I lived there when nobody was there. Matt Lawson and I spent a lot of time together taking a look and trying to be very fair with the new growth, even though I didn't want any new growth. It was nice being back there by myself. In the specific plan, it specifically states that there's supposed to be a neighborhood community meeting before anything. We didn't have it. And the purpose of the meeting is so that we don't go through this and that you don't go through having to hear all of this. So before we go any further, we got to get this lot line fixed, and we need a community meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? Come on up.
Hi there, Dr. Vincent Covelli. I'm at 841 Diamond Street, directly diagonal from the applicant. I want to reiterate what everyone else said. I mean, my concern is safety. I have young kids. The street is very narrow, as you guys heard previously. It's quite a venture to get in and out of that tiny little street every day. And in my mind, there needs to be a garage there. There cannot be another spot sticking out there. We can barely get by as it is. So what everyone else said, I completely agree with. So thank you.
Thank you much. Any other speakers? Seeing none, applicant, you have 3-minute reply.
Okay. First, the survey, we work from a licensed surveyor. Ron with RDM Surveying did the thing. I don't understand what the whole argument is. I still work from the property lines when I designed the project. That's the first issue. Second issue is I'm a general contractor. I built 1033 Flamingo, just finished another house at 300 Heather Place in North Laguna. I understand about trying to not impact the neighbors, the streets, having the police department come up there while we're digging or whatever. So the way I designed the home was to come in with a little baby drill and drill the holes and then build the retaining walls and then backfill it. The neighbors all keep saying, put a garage on top, lower the building. Well, what that means is, and they're not aware of it, that means I have to dig out the site and create shoring because the property lines are so tight. So if they want me to do all of that stuff, it's going to really create chaos in the neighborhood. I only have a 20-foot frontage on the property, and it's only like 13 or 14 feet wide, the street. It's right there in the bend. We'll have to close the street at times for the day, for 2 days or 3 days. There's nowhere to, leave the equipment or anything at night. So it'd be almost impossible to do what they're all asking me to do. And I understand because we've done it up there up on Flamingo, 60-foot steel beams, cranes, all sorts of equipment, excavating machines, excavators like the one down on the street. We're not going to be doing it that way. It's a small little house. A small little ADU project. It's kind of like a little guest house. I'm going to try to do it with the least amount of impact. And that's all, I'm trying, they don't really understand. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your.
Any questions? Seeing none,
A question for staff. Is there a lot survey that you've seen that's certified?
Yeah, we're talking about a property line survey.
Yeah, a topographic survey was submitted with the application.
Was a boundary survey provided?
It's not a boundary survey, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to address that. Okay, any other questions? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing, and on this one, I'm going to start. Keep in mind, this is a conceptual review hearing. So we're not going to be making a decision. We're going to each be giving our comments, and I've got quite a few about this project. First of all, for me to approve this project, I'm going to need a property line survey. And you're going to need to do one, and you're going to need to take the ones from the neighbors on both sides and reconcile them. I don't know where that property line is. I know surveys from my experience as a real estate lawyer, and they have surveys that are not consistent with your topographical. So you're going to need to do a boundary survey and give your surveyor their surveys, because somebody's right and somebody's wrong. And then you're going to need to set your setbacks based upon a reliable property boundary survey. The next one I'll hit is the REP. The rule is that the revocable permit may be granted if it doesn't interfere with any present or future public use of the street or right-of-way. That's really important. There's a 5-foot right-of-way there on a very narrow street, and we don't know if the city's ever going to want to widen it. Then you run into the problem with your respect for your 3-foot retaining wall for your parking space, which goes into the right-of-way. You've got a problem with 11.50.030, which it says a revocable encroachment permit shall not be used for any structure or improvement that, if demand is made for its removal, will create any non-conforming conditions or unlawful conditions. So what happens is if you build your project and the city requires that you remove that retaining wall, you've got a non-conforming project. So in other words, for me to approve this project, you've got to get rid of that retaining wall within the public right-of-way. We rarely approve retaining walls of that nature in public right-of-way. In fact, we had a project a couple months ago where we did not approve an REP because if the city ever widened the road, the project would become in non-conformance. And we can't do that here.
What about all the other?
No, you don't ask me questions. Let me, this is our comment time. If we have any more questions, we'll turn to you. So this also relates, and I'm going to get into it in connection with the design review aspects and the variance with respect to having your parking space go into the public right-of-way. It has the same problem, which is if the city widens the road, which is possible, we can't see the future, then your project would go into non-conformance. With respect to design review, we do have design review rights for the new vehicular access. And again, the problem with the access with respect to your property is you require access on a public right-of-way to make your project legal. I'm not going to approve that. I don't know what my colleagues are going to do. Secondly, the retaining wall is also within our design review. And a 9-foot retaining wall has design review problems, including, lack of articulation, light and air for the neighbors. But the bigger problem with the retaining wall is dealing with the variances. So this is where I come out on the variances. There's 4 variances that you're requesting. One is the height, which is 16 feet for a 16 feet max, and you're asking for 27.5 feet. Now, that is within our discretion. And the way we do discretion is we apply neighborhood compatibility standards and other standards. And I'm not saying that you can't do the 27.5 feet. I am saying because there are other neighbors that have similar height facing, facing the Upper Diamond area there, including the Brooks property. So where I come out on height is, I think I would need to see what your next plan is. But you potentially can go up to 27.5 feet. I'd like to see it lower. I think you've got some issues with it going that high. But the standard isn't, so everyone knows, in my view, the maximum height for an ADU means that's where we can't assert subjective criteria. When you go above that to, in this case, 27.5 feet, then we can start evaluating subjective criteria. And on that, I find the whole project difficult to see proper articulation, design, all of those things in the area that's within our discretion, which is the excess height. And it's in part because your plans really don't show it. It's very little information on your elevations. I'd like to see colored elevations, potentially even renderings. But I strongly suggest for proper articulation, neighborhood compatibility, that you seriously think about lowering the height of that building. And I look at the reason you have the height. It may well be that it's construction stuff, but cost is not a factor. The 18-foot height that you're entitled to for an ADU without subjective is only on the very end of your project. So I think that it would help your neighbors, given how narrow your lot is, to reduce the height of the project. So that's where I am on height. I have design review criteria problems, articulation, and so forth, neighborhood compatibility with the height that you have. The next one is projection. And this is where you're projecting, as I read it, into the interior property line, again, for this 9-foot retaining wall. And it's too close. It just impacts the neighbors. I don't see any basis for granting that variance based upon the facts that are in front of us to do a 9-foot retaining wall so close to the property line. The ADU parking. This is my biggest problem with your project. The parking extends into the public right-of-way. I cannot grant a variance to permit you to do that when the chances that the city has that right-of-way to widen the road if it chooses, which would make your project non-compliant. I think you need to get that parking on your property. Retaining wall, it's too high. Let's see, the Diamond View, Crestview specific plan limits the exposure of height of retaining walls. In outfield, the proposed retaining wall will exceed the 5-foot limit. It's 9 feet. Again, I think, you take the position that there's other pads that are supported by retaining walls down in other parts. The difference of those projects, as far as I can tell, and I walk the street, is that people have garages with parking all on their property. So maybe a retaining wall might be appropriate if it's compatible with the other neighbors, and I need to look at it based upon your next set of plans, provided you get your parking all off the street. Lastly, on the coastal development permit, one of the requirements is that the development be visually compatible with the character of the surrounding areas. Again, I'm not seeing that in your property. I don't see it visually compatible because it doesn't reach the quality of the other projects in that area, in the Diamond, Crestview, and particularly the Upper Diamond. That said, it maybe does. I just can't see it from the plan. So I'd need a lot more detail to see visual compatibility so that when we walk it again, I can see what it looks like and we can look at the other properties there and I only speak for one board member, me, be able to assess its visual compatibility within that area. So I know that's a lot of comments. Those are mine. Who wants to go next?
I'll take it up. I concur 100% with what Chair Gibbs said, but I'll add a little more, color to it. I think, as far as the allowable height, there could be some elements I can work with, but with the way it's proposed, I can't get behind what's in front of us today. So it really needs to be reworked. The permitted projections in the right of way, like Chair Gibbs said, the parking is a drastic issue up in Diamond Crestview area, Diamond Street. It has to get out of the right of way. You have to show a good faith of availability to get parking on your parcel. The fire access component, I don't know how that is out of the window with the current design. I mean, a standard house has to have 3 foot around the entire building. I don't even think this has a walkway that goes a quarter of the way around it. So I don't even know how fire cleared this as a standalone. That needs to be reworked. The boundary survey, I think, is crucial in this one to define that a project's even feasible up here. Given the history, it just doesn't make sense. The retaining walls, another comment there. I think in order for a project to work up here, it really needs to just be carefully designed to fit and solve problems with what's going on in the neighborhood. Not just, hey, I'm going to do the minimalistic component to make this work. And that's what I see what's in front of us. I've been on the board for 7 years and I've only done this twice. Staff, I really need you to send them the full guidelines and the full Diamond Crestview specific plan for them to review and reread. Basically, I'm giving you the book to go back and recreate and redesign. I've done that to 2 other projects. One came forward and actually got a good approval. So take a good look at it. You're really far off on the marks. There could be a decent project there. This just isn't that. But I'm open to what concepts could work there. I think to work with the state laws for housing, there can be something possible. It's just not this. It needs to really mimic what's going on with Diamond Crestview specifically, and it needs to blend into the characteristics of what's going on up there. Does need to minimize the view impacts and that kind of stuff. There might be some with a project that's doable, but we do have to be careful on how it does articulate in its space, which means could be more grading, it could be dropping the program, could be a lot of different things. I don't know, but I'm leaving it open to you. I'm optimistic that we can get a lot better with this one, but it really needs to be significant changes.
And I can concur 100% with my colleagues. I will have to admit, though, coming in, I was not going to support a height variance, but Chair Gibbs gives a great argument towards it's a right that other people get to enjoy. I just want to make sure that you come back with the findings for a height variance in that neighborhood, that specific street, actually. And if you do that, I can support a height variance. But as far as the other variances, I can't support. And to keep it short, because it's almost my bedtime, I can 100% concur with Chair Gibbs and Board Member Weil.
Emer?
I agree with my fellow board members. I think everything's been said.
Okay, so if you like, the next step is a continuance. How far off do you want it?
I'm just going to jump in. This one needs a lot of work. I'm only going to support a tabling or a date uncertain.
Patrick, are we cool? I mean, were you solid with that?
And that requires more notice.
I don't
He's
think.
got to get a boundary survey and a lot. This
Okay,
is
how do
pushing
you,
out
you guys,
more than
data
6 months.
uncertain, data uncertain, Emer?
Okay, I move.
Okay, let's
Item
make a
number
motion.
5.9 at 852 Diamond Street to be tabled to a date uncertain or continued.
Dirt table.
I'll second that.
Okay, and let's call the roll.
Board Member Bauta?
Yes.
Board Member Weil?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon?
Yeah.
Chair Gibbs?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, when is our next meeting? Is it November 6th?
Your next
Okay.
meeting is a special meeting of the Design Review Board on November 6th,
I love it.
2025.
That's
at 5
because
p.m.
we're special people. All righty, with that, the DRB meeting is adjourned to November 6th, 2025 at 5 p.m. here. Thank you very much, everybody.